appreciate that. Lord, we humble ourselves before you this morning. You have called us to your service, and we have gathered together to consider the business of this county. Father, we ask for wisdom and understanding. We ask for patience and civility. And Father, in all things, we seek your will, not our will. Give us wisdom to be discerning servants. Father, in all things, we hold you up. You are worthy of praise and honor, and we do that today. Father, guide our deliberations. And we just ask these things in the name of Jesus, your Son. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would ask the clerk then to take the roll call, please.
John's going to find a seat in the back. He just arrived late, so, okay. Dan Rabel?
Present.
Alfred Frank?
Present.
Julie Spear? Here. Joel Hurchin?
Here.
Bill Peavy?
Here.
Gerald Peterson?
Here.
Charlie Grant?
Here.
Greg Telejohn?
Here.
Roger Larson?
Here.
Richard King?
Here.
Fred Horn is absent. John Mortensen?
Here.
Esther Wentz is absent. Gene Ritz is absent. David Peterson?
Here.
David Osnes?
Here.
Lauren Sather?
Here.
Richard Marzoff?
Here.
Sharon Norton Bauman?
Here.
Peter Post?
Here.
Roger Rebholz?
Here.
Bill Cranmer? Daryl Stanifer?
Here.
John Borup?
Here.
Clarence Malick?
Here.
Steve Hermson?
Here.
Kenneth Colby?
Here.
Cindy Leonard? Linda Lucky? And Laura Tommerdahl.
The roll call will show that we have 25 present, 1 vacancy, and 5 absent. At this time, I'd like to have the administrative coordinators report if we could.
Well, it's good to see you all this morning, particularly John Mortensen. Welcome back. I hope everything went well for you. He's not the new supervisor from District 30, but I think for convenience sake, he's taken up the back seat there. So, again, John, welcome. A couple things here before you get into what could be somewhat of a long day for you. Just note what is not on the agenda. The Administration Committee did have a long discussion about the reorganization presentation from last month at its meeting, and wants some more time to work on that before coming back to the board. So look for that next month, or at some point it'll be back before the board. Many of you, I'm sure, and most of you should have been hearing about the H1N1 virus. Just wanted to make sure that you know that the staff has been aware of that and taking precautions and planning for H1N1 not only throughout the county but even within the ranks of the employees. In fact, we have some people missing today with flu-like symptoms. That seems to be the buzzword these days, is flu-like symptoms. So hopefully your patience with us, if we end up having people gone, that'll be understood and it'll work its way through our employee population rather quickly. On the agenda later a couple things that I'll just try to give a little explanation to now. I guess I didn't make a note as to which item it is, but St. Croix County has been designated by the federal government as a possible recipient of stimulus money through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. We'll have a little bit of discussion about this later because it can factor into the budget discussions. Essentially, the county has been allocated the ability to use up to $3.3 million when we borrow money and have 45% of the interest repaid by the federal government through the federal government stimulus package. That puts some choices in our hands to make. One is, do we want to be borrowing money, even though we can get a much lower rate of interest than what we might otherwise get? And if we don't want to use that, there are communities within the county that may want to use it, the other municipalities. Excuse me. The Finance Committee did meet with officials from the city of New Richmond earlier in the month. They do have an interest in this. Our own financial people advise us that the county ought to be looking at this seriously and use as much of it as possible, simply because for borrowing rates of interest, we probably won't see anything this low for quite a while. And we have until the end of next year to actually borrow. So that will end up being a component of the discussion, or the budget discussions, deliberations that'll come in the next several weeks. Many of you are probably aware from hearing from some of your township people about the discussion on library funding. We will go over that today. That is actually part of the finance department budget. Imagine we may have some township people here today, but we'll go through that in some detail with you so that you have a good understanding of what the issue is there. For item 7 on the agenda, we're having Bob Moore visit us. Bob Moore handles a portion of the county's investments, and we started this with him a few years ago. He comes every two or three times a year and meets with the Finance Committee, kind of gives a update on what the county's investments are doing, but also gives some perspective on the whole economic condition of the country and what options we may have and what kind of concerns we may want to keep in mind as we're looking forward. We thought it might be a good time to have him come and address the whole board so you get a little flavor of what the Finance Committee sees, but also in time for some of the budget work that's coming. Bob comes out from Colorado. He works for several counties in Wisconsin, so he'll be here this morning. I don't know if he visited any other Wisconsin communities today, but then he's going over to Minnesota for a conference, so this is not out of the way for him, and doesn't cost us money to have him come and visit. This is part of his agreement with the county. So about 10:30 you'll start seeing a lot of department heads file in. That's the time I've given them in anticipation of the timing for getting through the other agenda items, so you may start seeing them fill up the back. I've told them that they can leave after they're done, so hopefully that won't be a bother for the board members or a distraction. They're all anxious, I think, to get in front of you and try to do some explaining of the budgets. The budgets that you have in front of you and that will be talked about today from the department heads have all gone through parent committees, so many of you have seen some of these. These are the initial budgets. If you recall, last year we started doing this in September with the board. Prior to that, the Finance Committee would work through the budget to propose a budget to the county board, and some of the discussion with the board over the last 2 years was to bring the board in earlier and give you the opportunity to get more familiar with the budget. So you're going to hear, I don't want to say more than you may wish to, but it is a lot to go through in one day we've told everybody to be crisp and hit the high points, but hopefully there'll be plenty of time for your questions and interests as we go through that. And finally, just want to publicly thank Ann Gustafson, our victim witness coordinator. She's retiring next week after 25 years with the county. I don't know if we'll see her in here today or not, but if you know Ann, she's done a good job for the county, and we wish her luck in her retirement. So with that, any questions that you may have? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chuck. We then, you all have the agenda in front of you. A motion would be in order to accept that agenda or otherwise. Second by Roger Larson, motion made by John.
Is this to approve the consent agenda?
No, just the regular agenda. Okay. And then we'll talk about the consent agenda. Is there a motion on that, or is there any discussion? Chuck or Buck? Roger Larson makes the second on that. Okay. Pardon me? Okay. You've heard the motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. With that, we'll move into the first order of business then today, and that is the appointment of a county supervisor for District 30. Is John Ryther in the house? John Ryther was originally declared that he wanted to be a candidate. He isn't here. So we have two candidates that are here. One of them is Stan Kruger, who some of us know was on the board here before. And the other one is Ryan Seacard, both of them from Somerset. And they're both in their proper district and have the right to be elected to that office. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask both Ryan and Stan, and I'll start out with Stan, to give us a few words and tell us a little bit about your background so that people, and by the way, when we get done, then we're going to vote on one or the other, and the total votes, the most total votes will win. So, Stan, would you come up?
Good morning. I served as District 30 supervisor for 9 years. I was appointed in 1999 for George Sinclair's vacancy. I know a lot of you people know me. I have a lot of familiar faces here. I spent 8 years on the Finance Committee, Planning and Zoning, Board of Adjustments, and I think I had about a year on Health and Human Services. So I could hit the floor and the ground running. I don't need a tour of the county facilities or anything like that. I think I look at our accomplishments, and I know Chuck mentioned it, and I think Chuck can relate to that. When I was on the Finance Committee, I was pushing for a better cash flow analysis, and we did it, and we improved our interest income in that time period from when it was before I got on the board and when I left the board. And I think that's still in the existence today. And so I'm able and willing to run again and fill this vacancy. So I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Ryan, would you come forward?
Good morning. I'm a lifelong resident of Somerset. For the past 13 years, I've worked as the IT director for the school district. Elected 4 times to the Village Board of Somerset, serving as Public Works Chair and Parks. The past 2 years, I've been serving on the St. Croix Economic Development Corporation Board. This past spring, I was elected to vice president of the organization, and so I'll be assuming the presidency of that in future years. I look forward to serving on the county board if you so choose to appoint me to the position of supervisor for District 30. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Ryan. Has John Ryther shown up? I don't see him standing up, so we will close the introductions and we will go to the vote. You'll vote for, each member will vote for the person they want, and when we're done, the winner will be sworn in by Cindy, and he will take his seat as soon as he's sworn in. Yeah. He's not a candidate. Okay. I have not followed up with John Ryther personally, but he was sent a letter, and the activity was explained to him. I want to make sure that everybody understands that if he isn't here, he's not considered a candidate. I think that's appropriate. He certainly would be considered a candidate if he were here.
Is Chuck going to give us the spelling of these names?
Hopefully the correct spelling.
Yeah, something that we can use officially.
There should be an extra one somewhere there. So you copy. Thank you, Dan.
The votes are in, and it shows that Stan Kruger has gotten 7 votes. Ryan Seacard has gotten 18. Now, Ryan, if you'll come forward, you'll be sworn in and seated. And Stan, thank you very much for your participation.
I'll have you raise your right hand. Thank you. I state your name.
I, Ryan Seacard,
Swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
I swear that I support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties
of the office of
St. Croix County Supervisor
St. Croix County Supervisor
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll have you sign it. Okay.
Well, congratulations, Ryan, and thanks again, Stan. At this point, then, I would like to take number 2 of the resolution authorizing the participation in the Wisconsin Community Development Block Grant for Economic Development Program, and I'd like to have Darrell bring that to the floor, if he would.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the resolution authorizing participation in the Wisconsin Community Development Block Grant.
Second.
This resolution authorizes the filing of an application for a commercial enterprise in the city of New Richmond known as Engineered Propulsion Systems, Inc. Shar Gurney from Western Regional Planning and Bill Rubin were at the Finance Committee to explain a bit of background on the company and the process of this application. This is going to be a substantial capital investment in the New Richmond community. The application will require that there is a capital investment from the company in this business in the city of New Richmond of approximately $41.5 million. So this is going to be a major benefit for the city of New Richmond, and this application authorizes a request for participation in the block grant program in the amount of $600,000 with $6,000 for administrative expenses. The repayment of that loan to the company would go back into the revolving loan fund. As I think most supervisors are familiar, this would be a pass-through process. The administration would be done by Western Regional Planning, and I don't think any more explanation is necessary. You're pretty familiar with the process, I believe.
Are there any questions? We have both Darrell and we have Bill Rubin sitting in the room who can answer your questions if you have them. Buzz?
Thank you. I would just ask how the 5 members of the Finance Committee voted on the resolution.
The vote was unanimous to approve the resolution.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll call for a vote on the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. It's carried. Ron Kiesler, thanks for helping me out, Ron. Ron Kiesler helped us with this morning. Yeah, is there a motion to bring it onto the floor? Roger Larson seconds, Bill, or
ours off first? I'm sorry.
Ours off first. He made the motion.
I'm going to ask Kathy Dunlap to
primarily for questions and answers. I'm standing in for Fred Johnson today, who unfortunately is struck with what could arguably be the H1N1 flu, and his fever, till last I knew, hasn't broken. So he feels still that he is contagious. So I'm going to try and do my best to cover these resolutions here today. This one is regarding money that we're getting from the state under the Children's Long-Term Support Waiver, or the CLTS waivers. The state has allocated $18.6 million. St. Croix County was allocated, due to its size, $270,905 with the condition that we would take off a minimum of 14 clients from our waiting list. In terms of the waiting list, we have about 35 individuals on, and another 1 to 2 per week that get added. So we have plenty of individuals that we could be utilizing these dollars for. The dollars are completely state funded, so there are no county dollars, no levy dollars attached to this. In terms of the $270,000, once we spend that, it gets added to our base, and we continue on in future years with that same amount. So it's important that if we have the need, that we spend the money on the individuals for a couple reasons. One, it helps the individuals that are on waiting lists get off the waiting list and get services that they need, which then in turn can help them live lives in the community. It also helps to stimulate the St. Croix economy, because those services are provided in our home community. We talked with the state and a couple different officials to try and sort this through. We didn't get the memo until October 28th, which is why it did, or I'm sorry, August 28th, which is why it didn't wind up in the original 2010 budget. It's also money that began as of July 1st of this year. And so it's a part of the 2-year biennium cycle for the state. The state official said they are very anxious and eager for counties to spend this money, and they are willing to front us in addition to the $270,905, 6 months of salary for the individual that would be hired to take these individuals off the waiting list. The reason why they're interested in doing that is that it takes a bit of time for new staff to acclimate to the program, understand the billing laws, and begin generating revenue. So in the future, after that 6 months, the position then is self-sustainable through the $270,000. So that's kind of the basis, unless I had missed something.
It is for the biennium. However, what we were assured by the dollars are for the biennium. However, we were assured that because we are a county that's wanting to get moving on this, and that there are other counties who are frankly choosing not to use the dollars that they are being allocated, because their position is they've cut employees in one department, how can they possibly add a position in another department, that the state is confident that they will have excess dollars. And so what we have been told is, if you spend the $270,905 in the first year, you will get another 200. It will become part of your budget. It's not like it is cut in half for the biennium. It is on a yearly basis for us if we spend the dollars.
Okay, any questions from the floor? If not, the motion is on the floor, and there's just been a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. The motion carries. Thank you very much, Ron and Kathy. It was unanimous. It was unanimous. They had no opposition at all. Okay, now the next thing on the agenda then will be resolution number 4, the resolution amending the 2009 nursing home budget number 2, and Ron will fill us in there as much as he's able.
Again,
We need a motion to bring it to the floor, though. First by Marzoff and Peterson. Okay, Ron.
again, filling in for Fred Johnson and also Frank Robertson, who also is struck with flu-like symptoms. I suggest not going up to New Richmond anytime soon without a mask. You've seen this resolution before, and as it states in the early part of it, we thought it had passed because it was a 20-5 vote. A further reading and understanding of how resolutions are passed led us to the understanding that you need 21 votes to pass the resolution, and so actually it did fail. We have 26 members here today, and so I'm hoping 21 of you folks will see that this is a resolution that is really needed for the sustainability of our nursing home. The money that we found or that came to us was through the certified public expenditure dollars, roughly $100,000, just under $100,000. And the expenditures that we are looking at in the resolution include a server for the nursing home, computer kiosks, which will be placed down the hallways so that the workers that are seeing the clients, the staff that are seeing the clients, can immediately leave the room, enter their data into the kiosk, and the billing there then will be much more efficient, and the revenue will be captured at an enhanced rate rather than waiting till the end of the shift and trying to remember all the various procedures that you did that you could bill for. The third item listed there is a van. The van that we currently have is breaking down. It's most recently left clients stranded. We had to have it jumped in order to get them back to the facility. We had looked at used vans. We found one, and then immediately that was off the market. It's kind of the way the used van market goes, is you got to be right there to snap it up. So that's the three core issues. With the dollars then on the second page that were indicated, about $31,000, that would be used for the 2010 surplus. Since that time of the resolution, we got numbers for nursing home renovation. And the deal there is to renovate six of the rooms on the second floor, be able to move the individuals on the first floor up to the second floor, and begin using the first floor rooms for the Medicare clients that have enhanced revenue. Also a medical rehab unit for short-term medical issues. And so again, I hope you vote for this from the standpoint that these are things that our new administrator, Frank, has come in and said, if you want to build a nursing home or have a nursing home that's sustainable, he needs the tools in order to create the revenue in order to offset the expenditures. Each of these, in their own way, do exactly that. So if you're looking to make the nursing home solvent, please consider a yes vote on this resolution today. If you do turn this one down, then I am told by Fred, both yesterday and again early this morning, that would require us going back, looking into the 2010 budget that we'll be talking about a little bit later on today, and you would find additional red ink, just from the standpoint that a lot of these items, well, all of these items, we're looking to trim the red ink out of the 2010 budget. So again, the folks that voted for it the last time, thank you. The folks that didn't vote for it last time, I beg you to reconsider your position and allow us to purchase these items so that we can begin generating the revenue to offset the deficits that we have.
Darrell?
A point of order, Mr. Chairman. My point of order is a parliamentary inquiry, and I inquire if this is a reconsideration of a previous action or if it is a new resolution. My view would be that this is a reconsideration of a previously failed action, and if so, it would require a motion to reconsider to be made by a person that voted in the negative. Would that be correct?
No, I don't believe it's a motion to reconsider, and here's why. Initially, when the board acted on this, and it was accepted as adopted, and then later determined that it wasn't, it still requires the county board to take some affirmative action in regard to those funds. So even if the expenditures aren't approved, the receipt of that money has to be accepted in a budget amendment so that it can be placed somewhere, and the county board is going to have to decide where that goes. In addition to that, smaller point, perhaps some would consider it a technical point, but the requests for expenditures are now different than the original resolution.
That's true.
So you're not reconsidering exactly the same expenditures. I don't think that's significant. I don't think that's splitting hairs, because the county board has to decide what to do with this money anyway. This is just one way to bring it back to the county board. And if the county board does not want the money spent this way, then you'll decide after that vote where the money does go.
Yeah, this resolution does not include the Banco system, which was for the telephone system.
Darrell?
I appreciate that explanation, and my raising the point was simply so we were in solid procedural grounds. If it had required a person in the negative to bring reconsideration, I would have been prepared to do that. I will vote in support of this action. I was not opposed to what we were doing previously in terms of the merits of the items. I was opposed to the process that we were taking outside of the budget arrangement, and I think I made my point, and I'm not going to do it further. I'm prepared to support this action.
Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question would be in regard to something you said, Mr. Kiesler. If this resolution did not pass, could not this body then vote to put these funds into the general fund for 2009, and in the 2010 budget allocate those funds to the nursing home, thereby not creating red dollars or red numbers in the 2010 budget? I'm a little confused about creating more deficit in the 2010 budget. Can you explain that, please?
I can explain the second part. The first procedural part, I would look to Greg or Chuck to sort that out. But on the, what I was talking about was red ink, that we're trying to get as quickly as possible two things to happen. One is to have the staff more efficient in how they code their service, and that's done through the kiosks. The second is to try and get our Medicare count, our bed count, up as quickly as possible, and it has to do with the renovation of the rooms and the development of the 7-day-a-week medical rehab unit. So if the longer we delay on that, whether it's in 2009, 2010, 2011, there's more and more red ink mounting up. It takes a good 3 months to kind of gear up for that type of activity, to get that census to where we would like it to see it starting in the beginning of the year. And so that's the only thing I was trying to say is the longer we wait, the more red ink is piling up, because we're not able to bill efficiently, and we're not able to attract the Medicare clients as we were before. One of the things, the other thing some of you may know, because of the 2-day nursing home, I think was talked about, but on average, nursing homes wait 2 days to give a hospital, which in Medicare is typically under a DRG, a diagnostically related group, So if I have an appendicitis, it's $5,000 is what Medicare pays. That's for 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. So the hospital needs to get the individual out as quickly as possible. That's their motive. Obviously to help people and heal and bring health, but then to move them along. If nursing homes are giving 2 days, taking 2 days on average to determine whether or not I can accept an individual, that's 2 more days the individual has to stay in the hospital's losing money. One of Frank's contentions is if we can go and refashion the various pieces of the nursing home in the way that he envisions, we can get that down to about 30 minutes on average. Well, if we can get it down to 30 minutes on average, when the standard is 2 days, guess where folks are going to start coming with Medicare? The nursing home social workers are going to start calling St. Croix County Nursing Home and saying, do you have a bed? Why? Because they'll get told within 30 minutes whether or not that bed is available or not, versus waiting from some other nursing home in our county or other county 2 days. And so it's not an easy, chain of events. Everything's kind of interwoven, and that's just kind of the way life is in the world we work. That's the best I can do. I hope that answers.
Yeah, Ron, Greg wants to make a clarification of this resolution.
I have to ask for a clarification, Ron. You mentioned some additional expenditures in remodeling or
Buying beds and remodeling.
That's not in the resolution. The balance is supposed to go to the 2010 budget. So if you're suggesting that the remodeling would be done this year, that would require an amendment to this resolution. If you're indicating that those funds would be used next year for remodeling the nursing home, then that would be just part of the budget process, and the resolution would be fine the way it is.
Okay.
So which are you suggesting, that it's done this year or next year?
We're wanting to get those done as soon as possible.
This year or next year?
This year.
Then you're going to have a budget or a resolution amendment.
Are you?
See, we didn't get the numbers.
Are you talking about remodeling, or are you talking about upgrading the rooms?
Renovating them.
Yeah, you're talking about putting on doorknobs and painting them.
A little rewiring.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's not really a remodeling of the facility.
But the amounts are designated in the resolution, and any balance remaining is to be applied to the 2010 budget. So if they want to do some additional things other than these 3 things that are listed, then a budget amendment, an amendment to the resolution would have to indicate that.
Mr. Mallett.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not on the Health and Human Services Committee, but
Turn on your microphone.
that this resolution before us represents their highest priorities for immediate work, and the remodeling or whatever is the next priority behind it. And so we ought to do this one and get it cleared out of the way, and then they can deal with the other.
Buzz?
If I may just add a clarification. The budget that the nursing home presented for our approval was predicated on the intent to upgrade living space for 6 more Medicare patients, and to have this completed before the first of the year, in order that, by so doing, the dollar amount required to operate the nursing home would be reduced accordingly. It is critical that those rooms be upgraded so as to accommodate the Medicare patients we are hoping for, which will reduce the budget accordingly by virtue of the added income that Medicare patients bring to the facility.
There was another question out here. Is it still there?
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering on page 2 in the last, furthermore, I'm wondering, Greg, to take care of that, could we just change the wording to be the balance of approximately $31,103 to be retained in the nursing home fund for renovation and is applied to the 2009 budget?
Yes, I was only pointing out a technical requirement of the resolution. I wasn't suggesting any position on the renovations, but if the renovations are to be approved by the board, then what you suggested is probably exactly what you should do.
Are you
I would
prepared?
so move then, Mr. Chair.
That, you're making an amendment to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the second comes from Marzoff? Okay. Any other discussion?
What are the words of the amendment?
I guess the balance of approximately $31,103 be retained in the nursing home fund to be applied to 2009 renovations.
It's the last sentence, yeah.
The last sentence of the furthermore.
By retaining it. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
why not add the renovation to the list on the front?
Would you please turn on your microphone?
Add the renovation to the list on the front of the page and eliminate the parenthetical on the back page, which talks about retaining a balance. There wouldn't then be a balance.
Maybe I could ask Ron, what is it going to take to renovate? How much money is it going to take to renovate the nursing home?
The only quote that we've gotten thus far is from the building director, Art Tobin, who I believe it's $26,000 to $27,000. Fred and Frank have not had a chance to review those numbers. They were going to do that yesterday, but unfortunately they were out ill, so that did not take place. In addition to the renovation, included in the renovation, though, we need the beds, the 6 beds for the rooms. So it's renovation and beds.
Buck, are you making let me put it this way. You've made an amendment. Are you in agreement with Buck's statement? Because you're going to put it the same way. You're just going to eliminate the last sentence.
I guess my question then, Mr. Chair, is we're going to have money left over, and where's that going to go? Is that going to be then forwarded to the 2010 budget? From the $27,000 from renovation?
Mr. Chairman, could we work this out during the break and come back with something that's coherent and settles it all in one neat package?
I agree with that because we have the judges here and we told them we would put them on at 9:45. So if you guys stick around a little bit, we'll come up with something here
Great.
at the end of the break.
Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor.
It's an amendment to the motion that's on the floor. We're going to hold that until the end also. We'll come back to it. And then we'll let the judicial system work with us now.
Good morning, Chairman Rebholz, and also members of the County Board. First of all, I would note that Judge Vlack is attending and also presenting a juvenile law seminar in Waukesha today. The reason he's not here. As to our budget, we've strived to keep the expenses in line with the addition of the fourth judge, which is myself, and we have reduced our operating expenses by 5%. In the future, we're also investigating the possibility of establishing a juvenile treatment court and looking at some grant money. As far as what we're spending some money on, we're trying to replace courtroom chairs over the next few years. We do want to acknowledge Mr. Tobin, our building services manager, and also his department. During the time the roof was replaced, at times it was a little noisy, but he was very cooperative. At times we had to say, can you stop for an hour or so? And he agreed to that, and a few times he said, I cannot stop. We can work one more hour. Can you wait that long? So it was very good communication. We do appreciate that. We would also note, as a result of the state budget, the state court system is going to furlough all state and court employees for a total of 6 days. This affects only our court reporters. We, the judges, can either take vacation days or just do office work. 4 of those days are set by the Supreme Court. The other 2 days, the court reporters work with their judge on what days they can take off. We would note, sadly, though, the other state agencies are taking furlough days, but there's been a little lack of coordination as everybody have the same furlough days, I would point out. And lastly, we would encourage all members of the county board to participate in what's known as a ride-along program, where you sit up there at the judge's bench while we're in session. It gives you a perspective of what we are doing. I tell people maybe 15 feet, but it can be a million miles some days from that table in front of me. But it certainly is different sitting up there. I ask you if you're interested, contact the judges and say, I'd like to do that sometime. Like during intake court, which is this week, I think Judge Lindell intake. It's a different experience. Any questions, Mr. Repholz?
Are there any questions from the members of the board? If not, thank you very much, and then we'll have the family court commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Repholz.
A very few words. I want to thank the county board for the support it gives to my office in supplying me with Brenda, first of all, an assistant that does all my scheduling and all my orders, etc. I'm the director of family services for the circuit court. I take care of the mediation, all the family matters, and I certainly encourage everyone or anyone to come up and sit in a hearing with me. I just got done with a hearing trying to decide where a young child should be going to school, and with the assistance of a guardian ad litem, we can do that. It's very interesting work. You don't find a lot of older attorneys because they get burned out so easily with family court, and yet it's probably one of the most important areas in our law. So please join me in my office if you can. This is still one of the counties of our size that has a part-time family court commissioner. The way our county is growing, it's a situation that I spend more and more time up here, and so I'm probably there any day that you come up. So please join us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, judges.
Thank you. Thanks for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll do exactly as Buck says. Let's talk about this amendment and come back and take care of that, and then we'll have the clerk of court after that. Mr. Osnes, you want to carry forth with the amendment that you originally talked about?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to rescind my original amendment and then add the following changes. On page 1, I think everybody has got it in front of them, to add the $27,000 to the nursing home renovation. And on page 2, under the last furthermore, scratch the 31,103 to 4,103 to be applied to their 210 budget.
Okay, Mr. Marzoff, you had seconded that amendment. Are you in agreement with this?
I likewise rescind my motion.
Okay.
If I may, while I'm speaking, on the original resolution, it was indicated that everybody voted in favor of this except Dr. Ramsey, because she was absent at the time. In truth, Linda Lucky and Deb Rasmussen were also absent, and the X's under the yes column should be moved to the absent column.
Okay.
Can I make one more point? Or is it not the proper time?
Yes, if you wish to make a point, go ahead.
I just want to quick clarify that a supervisor came up to me during the break and asked that I would address the issue of the van. Is it really needed? And how often is it needed? And my response is it's needed several times a day. It's needed when we go on outings. It's needed when we take clients to medical appointments. It's needed for receiving or getting them to families and friends at various outings that they may be asked to attend. And then the issue of contracting came up, and I can tell you that it's very, very difficult to contract with transportation. As part of the behavioral health unit that I serve on, we are currently trying to contract with an entity in Richmond to take individuals from the health center after being evaluated back home when they're brought in by law enforcement. And it's been a major struggle, and we're paying a lot of fees up front to get them there, and we're paying $2.50 a mile, and so it's very costly to contract because there just simply isn't the competition in New Richmond or St. Croix County at this point. In the Twin Cities, it may be a little bit different. I'm sure it is with mass transportation and other options, but I just wanted to address that because I know I spoke with Fred a couple times on this issue since he couldn't be here, and I said, is that a give? Is there something we can give there? Can we negotiate? Is that a point that we can maneuver around? And he said, please don't do that, Ron. We need that van. And so I'm not in a position to pull that off when my director said, don't do that.
Thank you, Ron. Okay. You have, I'm going to ask Sharon first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kiesler, can you tell me if the van that we're talking about has ever been included in a capital projects budget?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm looked to Chuck only because you're the person of capital.
I can just say I don't recall ever seeing it, so I'm kind of surprised to see it last month and again this month.
Buzz.
Thank you. There's an old saying that says, dress right, feel right, act right. And I think that can be paraphrased and applied to our van. The van, wherever it goes, carries with it an image of St. Croix County and of the nursing home. And in its present condition, I'm not even sure if it's still moving or if it's been taken off the line, but it does not create a good image. A new van would certainly, I think, be a wonderful ambassador for our nursing home and for those 6 Medicare beds that we so desperately need to honor Frank Robinson's pledge to try to get the nursing home off the levy.
Thank you, Buzz. Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, we have before the House an amendment to our original resolution. We have a motion and a second on that. Right. And we've had, in my judgment, quite a bit of discussion. Therefore, I'd like to call for the question on the amendment.
Okay, you have the question and you have the question or an amendment and a second to amend the original motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the same.
Aye.
Would you raise your hand, the opposed? 2 opposed. Dan and, yeah, that's why. Dan and Sharon opposed. Okay, now we'll go back to the original resolution. The resolution as amended now. Is there a motion to bring it to the floor again? We got a motion to the floor. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the same.
Aye.
2 of them. Same 2. 3.
Roll call.
Roll call.
We gotta have a roll call.
John Mortensen.
Yes.
David Peterson.
Yes.
David Osnes.
Yes.
Lauren Sather.
Not here right now.
Richard Marzoff.
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bowman.
No.
Peter Post.
Yes.
Roger Rebholz.
Yes.
Bill is still absent. Daryl Standifer.
Yes.
John Borup.
Yes.
Clarence Malick.
Yes.
Steve Hermson.
No.
Kenneth Colby.
Yes.
Cindy Leonard.
Yes.
Ryan Seacard.
Ryan Seacard.
Yes.
Laura Tomerdal. Dan Rabel?
No.
Alfred Trank?
Yes.
Julie Spear?
Yes.
Joel Hurchin?
Yes.
Bill Peavy?
No.
Gerald Peterson?
Yes.
Charlie Grant?
Yes.
Greg Telejohn?
Yes.
Roger Larson?
Yes.
Richard King?
Yes.
And Fred Horn is absent. Do you have it?
21, exactly right, exactly 21. And I forgot to say this earlier. I apologize for the confusion that was created from last month's meeting in regard to this matter.
Okay, the motion the motion carries as with the amendment. Okay. The next thing on the agenda then will be the approval of a late per diem request. Darrell?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we suspend the rules of the board to consider a separate matter.
Second by John Mortensen. Okay, discussion?
Mr. Chairman, there has been a submission by a supervisor of a per diem request that is outside the parameter of the 90 days, and in order to consider that matter, we need to suspend the rules. So this is just a motion to suspend.
Okay, the motion is on the floor to suspend. A second to that motion.
I'll second
John
that.
Martinson did.
Well, John did it already, okay. Okay, motion made and seconded. Discussion? Dan?
What was the reason for the delay?
Mr. Chairman, we're not discussing that. That would be a separate item that we need to take up. This is only a motion to suspend the rules so that we can consider it, and we'll get to that discussion.
Okay, the motion has been made. All those in favor of suspending the rules, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
Aye.
One there, okay.
Passes by more than the required two-thirds.
Right.
The rules are now suspended.
Yeah, they're suspended.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Yes.
I move to authorize the payment of a per diem request submitted by a supervisor outside the 90-day requirement. And if there's a second, I would like to speak to that.
I'll second it.
Mr. Chairman, there was a submission of one per diem request outside the 90-day parameter. The supervisor in question submitted on one form 3 months of per diem requests. Only one fell outside that time frame and was an inadvertent oversight. The board has in the past recognized that this has been an inadvertent oversight by a couple of previous occasions, and in this case it is certainly reasonable to authorize the payment of that one per diem request that fell outside that parameter by frankly only 10 days.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that in addition to that, the supervisor in question was traveling on business at the time when the submission would have been required under our rules, so it seems like an excellent case to approve the payment.
Any other discussion?
I understand also that the administration committee, whose chairman was prepared to make this motion, I didn't realize that Supervisor Standifer was going to do so, that the administration committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this per diem request.
Any other discussion? If not, a motion is in order to, pardon me?
Those in favor, we have a
Yeah, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Done. Okay, the next item on the agenda then will be number 6, a resolution designating St. Croix County a recovery zone for purposes of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. And Darrell, you'll bring that to the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the resolution designating St. Croix County a recovery zone for purposes of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009.
Second by Peter Post. Okay, discussion.
I'm going to turn this over to Chuck very briefly. I don't think this takes a lot of explanation. It's not requiring us to do anything, but it does preserve some options for us in the future if we decide to go that way, and Chuck can explain some of those options.
Supervisor Stanford is correct. If the county is to consider the use of this program, we will need to pass this resolution. Keep in mind that the federal government has already decided that the economic conditions facing St. Croix County are already significant enough to warrant allocating this $3.36 million amount to St. Croix County. I did put on your table two sheets. One is the sheriff's foreclosures, which is one of the criteria for considering economic distress in St. Croix County. Unemployment is another one. Our unemployment, I don't have the latest figure, but I believe it's around 8%. That's almost double from what it was a year or so ago. I also gave you a printout. Some of you may have already seen this online from the governor's website on recovery and reinvestment. On the second page, you'll go down to where it says infrastructure, and you'll see the amount there for St. Croix County, $3.36 million, Recovery Zone Economic Development Bond. That's the allocation that St. Croix County has received. It's for public use. The other program right below it, the $5 million for Recovery Zone Facility Bonds, is for private sector use. Those are for essentially economic development projects that may take place within the county and where businesses may have an interest in that. But our $3.3 million is specifically for the county to use, or as I said earlier, if the county chooses not to use it, we would in likelihood be approached and entertain requests from municipalities. Like I mentioned, Richmond has already approached us on this. One bit of debate in front of the Finance Committee was what would our criteria be for who we would select and who we would not select, what would the priorities be. That's eliminated if, of course, the county uses all the funds. But I think that may be a debate for a later day, assuming that you approve this resolution right now, designating the county an economic recovery zone.
Any questions? If not, a motion is in order to accept this resolution as proposed. Yeah, it is. Excuse me. All those in favor of this resolution signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. Aye. One against. It is passed. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is a report by our county investment consultant, and I'll have Mr. Whiting introduce him and bring him forward.
Yes, I mentioned earlier Bob Moore works for St. Croix County along with several other counties. I know we used Pierce County as a reference when we talked to Mr. Moore. He's with the Institutional Capital Management out of Colorado. He has stepped to the podium, and I at least find these very interesting when he's in front of the Finance Committee. I'm sure he'll go through his discussion and take questions from the board afterwards. So proceed, Bob.
Thank you, Chuck. Thanks for having me here today. I'm reading a very interesting book right now called Animal Spirits. Some of you may be familiar with John Maynard Keynes and that concept. And Animal Spirits, how human psychology drives the economy, why it matters for global capitalism, by Akerlof and a fellow, Robert Schiller, who got very famous for predicting not only the collapse of the dot-com era, but also the housing market. The reason that I bring this up is it's very, very important for us to understand that the Federal Reserve and the administration are doing their jobs right now, and their job includes convincing all of us that things are getting better. They want us to believe that things are getting better so that those animal spirits inside of us all get us to invest money, spend money, and hire more people. I'm going to talk to you today about this inflection point that we appear to be at in the economy, both globally, nationally, and locally. Our economy was frozen by a financial crisis. It does appear to be flirting with recovery right now. We've seen massive stimulation. You're talking about a stimulus program here and using it here in your community to get some jobs going and to build some infrastructure, most likely. You've seen massive stimulation, a monetary policy that's kept interest rates at zero. And you have to ask yourself the question, how normal is this environment where the government is spending $1 trillion to stimulate an economy where it's basically free for folks to borrow money? And for those of us in the general public, it's extremely difficult to access credit. So we're finding ourselves in a very, very interesting and difficult situation. The global economy is rebalancing. There are big, big changes afoot. And I bring these ideas forward to you because we're going to see consumption, production, savings, spending all change across the globe. And they will impact people from China to St. Croix County. So these changes are going to be very, very large. There are things that disturb me greatly about how the stimulus package is being utilized. The rebalancing that must take place in the economy means that we as Americans will spend less. We must produce more. We must save considerably more. And if you look at stimulus packages, what are they really trying to get us to do? Spend more. The Chinese have accumulated, as well as most nations in Asia, large sums of U.S. dollars. They're the largest creditor to us at this point. And the implications of that for us in terms of borrowing money and the cost of borrowing money in the future are really rather large. Back to the nascent economic recovery, because I think it probably has the most impact for the decisions that you all make in local government. The Federal Open Market Committee is in the midst of meeting now. They will meet today and tomorrow, and they will make statements tomorrow about the condition of the economy, their expectations for growth in the future. Please keep in mind their drive to renew our animal spirits as you read and hear about the things that they've got to say tomorrow. And those things will hit the news tomorrow. Fed Chairman Bernanke has predicted an end to the recession in the third quarter of 2009. That means by the end of this month, we should see GDP numbers move to the upside. What is extremely important for you to understand is that gross domestic product, a measurement of growth and output in our country, is still significantly below where it was just a year ago. So when we measure GDP numbers, what we're doing is we're comparing the growth in one quarter to the next. We're not necessarily looking at the size of the economy this year as compared to where it was 1 year ago or 2 years ago, and so on. So when you hear that we're coming out of the recession, that we're experiencing some growth, and that the recession has ended, in essence, what you can think about is a group of people, a nation in this case, that has fallen down a mountainside, and they're down at the bottom of a deep ravine. There are survivors and there are casualties. And we are climbing our way out of the bottom of this, and we have a very, very long way to go. So as you consider what you hear on the news, it is very, very important to understand that we are just at the very beginnings of what will be a long, slow, and for many people, painful recovery. The recovery will be prone to relapse. You must keep in mind that the only thing keeping the economy from absolute disaster probably was nearly $1 billion worth of stimulus packages. The credit markets were frozen. The federal government essentially has assumed the role of creditor to almost all businesses and banks in the United States. They stand behind all credit at this point. And what that means is that each and every one of us stands behind the credit of business in the United States. The relapses and the things that we are concerned about have to do with things near and dear to your heart here, the housing market. ICM and my company consults a dozen different municipalities here in Wisconsin, a number in the Southwest and in the West. And one of the things that we have seen is that the housing market collapse was nearly universal and nearly almost always driven by poor loan quality. Extremely high valuations for properties, but mostly very poor loan structures. So when we think about things that concern us about relapses in the economy, housing for certain, the value of the dollar, if you look at it, is at multi-year lows. It has continued to move lower, and probably will do so until we get our budgetary issues in order. The bond market, at some point our creditors may decide that they no longer wish to lend us money at 1 or 2% and may wish to get a higher return on the investments that they're making in the United States. And it may interest you to know that the Chinese no longer are very interested in our treasuries. They're much more interested in spending their money buying our companies. And so they want to become equity shareholders in the U.S. stream. So these are things that we watch very, very carefully. We also must keep in mind that things like exogenous shocks and natural disasters can have quite big impacts on the functioning of the economy. So I guess my message in brief would be that things look up, but they're looking up from a very deep hole. They can get better. They will get better, most likely, but we'll have fits and starts. And it will be painful for many, many people. Unemployment is going to remain high. It probably will climb through 2011, according to our forecasts. The unemployment that we're seeing now is not inventory driven. It is structural in nature. What I mean by that is we haven't laid people off because we're spending off inventory and don't need to produce more. What we're actually seeing is jobs that have shifted overseas that are not coming back. So you've got structural issues in the economy that I think will continue to keep unemployment high. This high unemployment will slow consumption. So when we think about consumption revenue, those things are going to be quite slow. When we think about the housing recovery, unemployment will only feed that housing problem that we've got. So these are things to keep in mind. And unemployment is something that's very, very costly to our counties, to our cities, and to our country. Inflation, which is always a concern, as we are people who try to budget into the future and think about the cost of the services and the things that we're going to provide. In my opinion, inflation will remain low, and it will remain low because we've got excess capacity and we've got excess labor. It's very difficult for people to institute a wage price spiral when jobs are not very plentiful. People are happy to have jobs at this point as opposed to looking for ways to increase their consumption. The area where we probably have the most concern in regard to inflation has to do with the monetary and fiscal stimulus that's been applied. When the banks got into trouble with their so-called toxic assets, the Federal Reserve stepped in and purchased $800 billion worth of those assets and essentially liquefied them for the banking system. That $800 billion is sitting in cash in reserves in the banking system. So when you hear monetarists, people who believe that inflation is always caused by money supply, concerned about inflation, it is the unleashing of that $800 billion into the economy and how it will be used and what it will mean for prices. So when we think about the monetary policies, we think about the fiscal policies. So not only do we have this $800 billion, but the cost to borrow money, if you can access credit at this point, is really quite low. And when you think about the programs that are being run by the government, particularly the housing programs through Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, they are borrowing at this point anywhere from under 1% to under 5% for relatively long-term loans. It only makes sense since the government took over Fannie and Freddie about a year ago and now are trying to fund our housing industry through those two bankrupt entities. So they're helping them raise money very, very cheaply in attempts to breathe life and keep life in the real estate market. Staying with the real estate market, commercial real estate risks appear high. They appear higher than they have been. And one of the things that we're starting to see is anchor tenants leaving local shopping malls and just having devastating effects on the revenue driven through those shopping malls. So when you look at, again, revenue sources coming from commercial real estate, the risks appear higher. There have been changes proposed to the tax code that will allow financing workouts in commercial real estate, which should allow some of the tenants to rework their mortgages in the properties and hopefully be able to remain tenants and to be prospering businesses. This adds to the banking woes, unfortunately. Commercial real estate loans tend to be backed by, or commercial and business loans tend to be backed by real estate. So when those real estate values go down, the value of the loans and the collateral supporting those loans also takes a hit. Banking risks in general continue to be relatively high. And they continue to be high because of deteriorating loan quality in both residential and commercial areas. When we think about the banking system, we now are hearing, again, tremendous spin put on the banking situation. The lobbyists that are working for the banking industry are doing a tremendous job of influencing Congress that not only was the financial crisis a passing 100-year storm, but that none of them were responsible for any of the happenings that occurred. And there is a tremendous tug of war that's going on right now in the administration. You'll hear conversations take place between Larry Summers and Geithner on one hand, who wish to be very accommodative to the banking industry, and if you go way back like I do to Mr. Paul Volcker from the 1980s, Mr. Volcker, famous for raising interest rates to 20% and sending the nation down into another very deep recession, is arguing on the side of extremely tight banking regulations, and that is a tug of war that's taking place now and will have a lot to do with the type of regulation changes that we see. The Federal Reserve releases a beige book, which is a quarterly report on how they see 12 different or 13 different sectors in the economy geographically. The most relevant to you here is the report from Minnesota and that area, because obviously as a bedroom community for Minneapolis, St. Paul, you've got quite a bit of impact on your local economy fed through Minnesota. The area and the report given by the Minnesota Federal Reserve Bank is fairly upbeat. They see good things in mining. They see good things in manufacturing. You did not take as big a hit financially as the rest of the country did here in this geographic area. So all of these things mean that you haven't fallen as far down that cliff as many, many other parts of the country have, which is a positive for you. You also financially, as a county, are, and I want to be cautious in how I word this, you're sitting on a better financial situation than many others are. I'll speak to that point a bit later, but I think it's very, very important to understand that you're not as bad off as others, which means that you will have the ability to face challenges in the future that most surely will come, and that you will have the ability to face those challenges from a position of strength if you protect your strength. And I'm hopeful that you will. The housing market remains weak and unstable. Foreclosures may actually increase as we go forward. And the reason that we may see foreclosures increase is that we've got these interesting little finance animals called option arms that are going to begin to reset here 2010 and into 2011. You may recall that people were able to obtain mortgages where they had the option to make principal payments or not. Many chose not to. There were vehicles utilized to help people get into extremely overpriced houses and pay only interest at their choice. These option arms are going to begin to reset to significantly higher interest rates, and with stagnant wages, income, and higher unemployment, again, the opportunity for people to make payments on those option arms is going to become decreased. Foreclosures also depress prices. Unfortunately, that releases new supply into the market when there are foreclosures, and those tend to hit the market at fire sale prices. So it adds supply not only at a bad time, but also in probably the worst possible way. On the big picture of the global economy, the recovery is being led by Asia. The Asian, or even we could call it the BRIC nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, are leading us out of recession here. The problem is that their economies, even collectively, are not as large as ours. It's very difficult for them to provide the level of consumption necessary to drive the global economy. That was our job. Unfortunately, we can't do that job anymore because the free money has dried up for us as consumers. They have continued to lend us money, and it has put us in a terrible hole in terms of what we owe them. and how much control they may have over us in the future. One of the very small items that has hit the news that you may wish to focus on in the future is the fact that we have proposed tariffs on tires from China. Some have heard about it, some haven't. I actually, in a presentation to your Finance Committee, warned that the quality of those tires some 18 months ago was very substandard, and it was extremely important for you to see if you were buying tires from China because their blowout rate was about 80% higher than any of the other tires coming from the United States of America. Now, the tariff itself is very, very important to understand because at this point we are telling our major creditor that they're not playing fair with us. They may decide to define the terms of what is fair, particularly in the cost of lending us money. So these are things that are fairly important. You will see a shift in the global economy. China, Asia, Germany, and Japan, all producing nations with surpluses in their current account balance and their trade balances, must change their economies in order for us to rework ours. They must buy more, we must buy less. We must save significantly more. An interesting number I'll throw at you. In 1980, the beginning of the supply-side economic revolution, Americans saved 10% of their disposable income. By 2007, they saved 0% of their disposable income. We now are catching on to the fact that there may not be a Social Security program, there may not be the ability for the government to support us in the ways that we anticipate, and our savings rate has risen to 5% of disposable income within a matter of 12 months. That number probably will continue to rise, which means less consumption, less sales tax, and less money being spent in other areas. So again, it can ring home to you. The other thing that's really disturbing about the level of debt that we have incurred over the years and that level of debt and how the money was spent. Unfortunately, we did not incur that debt and improve our infrastructure, our ability to compete in a manufacturing society. We didn't do any of those things. We merely bought more stuff for our houses. More decorations, more furniture, more cars, bigger boats, etc. None of those things will contribute to the recovery of the United States. None of those things will make us more competitive in the future. Monetary policy will be aimed at keeping interest rates low through 2010. As you are budgeting and going forward, investment income probably is not going to improve versus where it was last year. It could actually decline versus where it was last year. So interest rates are low. The Fed wants to keep them low. And the Fed wants to keep them low because they're borrowing money like crazy. And they can control the cost of that borrowing, and so they will to the best of their ability. They will also be attempting to stimulate the economy in a very, very large way. Keep in mind that we have no idea what the condition of the economy is if we withdraw all of this stimulus. We do not have an economy that is functioning and healthy on its own. It is instead functioning with the backstop of the federal government and the U.S. Treasury. So when we think about this recovery, as nascent as it is, we must also keep in mind that we do not know exactly how it will progress. Again, risks to monetary policy and low interest rates, obviously the dollar, the bond market, and foreign appetite for investment here. One of the things to keep in mind is that as the world rebalances and as current trade and current account balances come back into alignment where we are not spending so much more than we produce, and our trading partners do not have surpluses. Keep in mind that those surplus dollars were exactly the dollars that were being utilized to buy U.S. treasuries to fund our deficit. So as those numbers move back into balance, less surplus on the Chinese, Asian, BRIC side of the equation means less dollars to be funneled back to the United States to fund our deficits, which means greater fiscal responsibility on our part is necessary, probably higher taxes, and the need to reel in some of the services and long-term promises that we've made. We've got to reach some equilibrium there. Finally, budget deficits will grow. I'm talking about the federal level right now, and the state level probably as well. Budget deficits will continue to grow. They'll continue to pressure the economy. Please keep in mind the amount of money that the federal government has laid out to keep this economy from going off track. That money will continue to grow at its current pace by 2019 to $9 trillion. $9 trillion. We have a $12.5 trillion economy. So the debt is approaching the size of the overall economy. some of our trading partners actually have debt that exceeds the size of their economy. So these are things to give us some concern. The reason I bring them up, and I mentioned the fact that you are coming from a position of strength and the need to protect that strength. What we know is that the federal government is in a pretty tough spot financially. We know that this sort of stuff rolls downhill. We know that the states are also in pretty tight spots, which means that in the future, if the economy does relapse, if we do have problems, if we do have needs for further stimulus to keep things going, and even if we don't, that the financial weights on the federal government are very great, and that we may very well find ourselves as local communities fending for ourselves to a large degree. And so when we protect our fund balances, when we make sure that we have reserves to get through tough times, that we protect our financial strength in the face of weakness around us, that probably will be the best service that we might be able to provide to our communities. I say that because we consult a large number of local governments, and we have seen some. You may be familiar with the state of Colorado and the Tabor Amendment, and we went through the Taxpayer Bill of Rights process. It's a politically charged one everywhere except in Colorado, where we now recognize that it was an utter failure. It has driven our bond ratings down. It has driven our balances in the state budget down. It has made almost everything that we do, from colleges to any basic service, considerably more expensive. So because we did not protect our strength, we're now trying to regain it at a time when it's very difficult to do so. So I just share those ideas with you, and share the fact that many of the things that I'm recounting to you in terms of budgets and maintaining your own strength and health position is important, because we've seen the impact of it on other local governments around the country. So that concludes what I had to say. I thank you for allowing me to come and speak with you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them. I wish you tremendous luck, good fortune here, and look forward to working with all of you in the future. Yes, sir.
Could you define the word you used up near the top, exogenous?
Yes, sir. You know, an exogenous shock is something that will come to the United States from the outside. Something where we, you know, may be, again, God forbid, subjected to some sort of attack, something that could influence, you know, our economy. The other thing that can happen that quite frankly, we probably don't think enough about, the Chinese economy is in an embryonic state. It is capitalism in its earliest and roughest form. It is only capitalism for a small percentage of the population. They have billions of people who wish to become part of the capitalist system. And as they do, the potential for social unrest when they have economic upheaval is tremendous. Their banking system is embryonic in many ways and state-controlled, and so many things are wrong with it. Their stock market, take a look at a graph of the Chinese stock market, and what you will see is an extremely overpriced and overvalued financial system. So when you think about the types of shocks that can come and impact the United States economy, it can come from many of our trading partners who are beginning to understand what capitalism is about, but really don't know how to operate a capitalist system all that well. Yes, sir.
We've been borrowing money for a long time on the federal level. I'm not hearing a clear message from you. If all the stimulus money wasn't going out there, are we better off with it or without it? Would we go back to the Depression of the 30s if we weren't doing what we're doing?
Isn't that the million-dollar question? Are we better off because we've utilized Keynesian stimulation methodology than if we had not? And certainly the arguments are on both sides. You know, being an entrepreneur who competes on a daily basis with the likes of Citi and Morgan Stanley and boys who received many dollars from the federal government to keep them afloat because of acts that I view being driven by stupidity and greed. I personally would love to see them have to pay the price for that. But as an American, I must say that if they paid the price would be very high. We don't know where they would be. We know that without Keynesian stimulation, we would have probably seen a financial system in complete seizure. And I think that what we see at this point in time, if you can envision the boa constrictor who has swallowed the pig, The pig is now moving through the boa constrictor, and that is the stimulus program. What's behind it? When the stimulus is exhausted, will capitalism pick back up again? Will we see growth, or will we see needs again? Because I probably can't emphasize enough the fact that the United States of America and business runs on an asset liability mismatch, meaning that we borrow short-term money at low cost to fund long-term liabilities. We run our businesses not on our profits, we run our businesses on credit. When that credit dried up in the form of commercial paper, when that market failed, U.S. business stopped. Liquidity turned into insolvency. So without the government stepping in and providing the liquidity that allowed these companies to continue to function, they would not have. And very large companies like General Electric and Citi and Bank of America and others in manufacturing and other aspects of the economy. So I would have to say, as much as it is very distasteful to me to bail all these folks out, the cost of not doing would have been much too high. So now we sit straddled. And in essence, what we really are talking about is a degradation of quality of life in the USA. Because what we've done is we have borrowed forward to such a large degree that the only way for us to pull ourselves back up to equilibrium in terms of budgetary discipline is to forego some level of quality of life in the future. We're going to have to pay. We've convinced ourselves for a long time that we didn't have to, but we will. Yes, sir.
Could you just spend a little bit of time talking about the county's investments and the nature and safety of those for us?
Of all of the counties that we work with, I would say that St. Croix County probably has chosen to be as conservative in terms of their investment quality as any of our clients. The state has given you fairly broad parameters to which you can invest your public funds. And the county has chosen to remain well inside the boundaries of those parameters and probably has been as conservative, like I say, as anybody. You are predominantly in United States agency securities. So now I've just touted how safe your money is, and I'm going to tell you that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are broke. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were taken over by the federal government and placed in conservatorship about a year ago, which means that they have, the federal government has assumed their liabilities. They've kind of parked them in a corner and said, we're going to look after you until February 2010, at which time we are going to decide what we're going to do with you. I've done that with my kids many times. And so that's exactly what's going on right now. There will be a pronouncement in February 2010 about how the federal government will deal with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. At this point, the investors in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac include China, Asia, the United States, banks, and to a very large degree local governments. I do not see any way that they will allow those investments to be hit in any way. Where I do believe that there is risk in the market, and for us as investors at the county and for people in general, these interest rates have been pushed very, very low. They are much lower than they would be if a free market existed for interest rates at this point in time. That risk has been transferred from the federal government, from the Treasury, and from the Federal Reserve to us as investors. We now hold that risk each time we invest money at 1% or 2%. Because we know that in the real world, if rates were allowed to float, that they would be higher, which means that the market value of our securities would be lower. Does that make sense? So when we define risk, do you have credit risk? Can you lose money? Will you lose money? You're not going to lose money. Do you have market risk? Absolutely. When the Fed decides to start backing away and the Treasury starts to back away on these stimulus packages and allows interest rates to begin to creep higher, then existing investments that are sitting at 1% and 2% returns will become non-competitive with new investments. Their prices in turn will fall. So it will be, again, probably not until 2011 before these issues are important to you. I think that Not until that point should you have any problems as you go through your budgetary process, because you've done a tremendous job through Treasury and Finance here in managing your cash flows, meaning that asset and liability stream. Your revenues are augmented by the maturities in your investment portfolio to meet your liabilities. So you've got yourselves in a pretty darn good spot. I would say in terms of financial strength, again, repeating myself, I think you're in as good a spot or better than most. And it is something that you should value and protect. And the investments are a very positive side for you. So interest income, you know, as a guy who invests money for a living, I would say that we've made more money for other clients in somewhat riskier investments. But if your goal, as it has been expressed, is to be as safe as possible, you have been that. And you will continue to be that. So you're doing well there. So I appreciate it very much. I hope that you have a great year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We're going to move directly into the budget review and departmental presentations. I'd like to just take a couple of minutes and tell you that, first of all, remember what we're doing today doesn't set the parameters totally for our budget. We are simply informing each other of where departments stand and what we possibly will do with the budget for this next year. I'm going to turn it over at this time to Darrell, and he's going to do it right from his chair there to spearhead, and then I'll start calling on the different departments when Darrell is ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to underscore what Chair Rebholz just indicated and set the stage very briefly for the presentations that we'll hear. We are not bringing an action item in front of this board today. We're bringing a progress report. We'd like you to know where we're at in the budget setting for 2010, but we would also like to underscore the fact that producing a budget is not a one-time event. In all candor, budgeting is an ongoing process, and each year as we work on a budget, it stands on the shoulders of the budget that went before it in a number of years, and is preparing us for future budgets that will come down the road. So it's an ongoing process. This board, in its wisdom, as we worked on the budget in 2009, in anticipating some of the very things that Bob Moore just articulated, was very prudent in being careful not to budget to an overinflated amount of revenue. And you'll recall some of the very deep discussions that we had in a couple of specific items. One was the investment income that we anticipated receiving, and the other was the collection of sales tax. And this board, in its wisdom, very prudently budgeted to a lower number, and because of using those conservative forecasts, as we've gone through the year in 2009, we have not been placed in the position of a number of other local units of government that I'm sure you are aware of, not only in this state but in surrounding states, where because of over-anticipated revenue streams, local units of government have been placed in positions of rather deep cuts in personnel and service activity during a budget year. We've not been placed in a position of laying off employees. We have not been placed in a position of furloughing, and you earlier heard the judges talk about the fact that the state of Wisconsin is now furloughing employees. So I compliment the board in the process that was used last year. I underscore that because you'll see that same philosophy carried through the progress report that we've got in front of you today. In spite of the fact that there are some indications that the economy is rebounding, and the argument could be, is it rebounding because of the artificial pumping of the stimulus dollars into the economy, or are there some actual signs of growth? At least there are some green shoots that are starting to appear. In spite of that, we still think that it's very important to have a conservative approach to the revenue streams that we're anticipating. So the progress report that you will look at today anticipates a reduction, again, of 10% in the anticipated sales tax forecast that is provided to us by extension. We think that's a prudent posture. In spite of the fact that our reserves are strong, you heard the conversation that was given by Bob Moore in terms of investment income, and we have not tipped that number up at all in comparison to last year. Even though there are some signs that that may be starting to accelerate, we do not think it's proper to anticipate revenues that are speculative. So those you will see in our progress report. There are a couple of other things that you need to know at this point before we start to listen to the presentations. You heard Bob say that we are in a position of strength if we protect our strength. And I think that needs to be the overriding goal of this county board, to protect our strength. In spite of the fact that we have experienced some very deep gyrations in the economy, this county has maintained its bond rating. Now that becomes significant if we would go to the bond market and seek to borrow funds. Right now, this budget that is laid before you does not have any borrowing component in it. You also need to understand that the liquidity that we've maintained over the last budget process is allowing us, in the progress report that you'll see in front of you, to take the amount of funds in our general fund that are in excess of 25% of the fund balance, which we have determined to be that safe and liquid floor that we want to maintain. We have calculated 50% of the amount above that 25% and have used that in this budget to, in effect, buy down the levy. This is not a prudent time to be going to the public and raising taxes. So there are two maneuvers that we think are very conservative and very appropriate that you will see in this progress report. One is the application of about $763,000, which is the amount of that calculated amount above the 25%. And the other is the fact that the Finance Committee at this point has made a conscious decision and is showing you in this progress report a conscious decision not to levy to the maximum. Even though we would be permitted to increase our levy 3%, we do not think it's appropriate in this time of uncertainty to do that. And so the amount of levy increase that is in this budget report that you see in front of you today is using the amount of new construction only, which is 1.25%. So the levy increase is limited to that. A couple of things that are not in this budget yet, but will need to be decisions made by this board as we complete the process. There are not final health care numbers in this budget yet, and when we have those will be an additional expense. There are no numbers in here for a salary plan for our exempt employees, and that will need to be calculated and in here at some point. And there will be a fair amount of discussion that I think will probably come with respect to library funding. Let me just take that one very briefly for a moment. I think you are aware that the library funding, the library levy, is outside of our levy limit. So it does not have an effect on the levy amount that we do or do not raise, but it has a major effect primarily on those supervisors that would represent significantly rural areas in terms of what they want to indicate to their constituents for the tax amount that is collected in that area. Act 150 requires counties to at least use a calculation of 70% as far as reimbursement for the communities that do in fact have libraries. This county, for the last couple of years, has used 71%. There was a fair amount of information in the press, and at the last Finance Committee, a significant delegation from communities that do in fact have libraries urging that reimbursement go to 100%. And the argument on that side is that it would be a matter of equity, that taxpayers in communities that do in fact have libraries are subsidizing those in the rural areas that do not. That's the argument. I'm not saying I agree or disagree, I'm just saying that's the argument. So the ultimate decision that will need to be made by this board is, do you accept that argument, and if you do you want to increase the amount of the 71% to some other number, or do you reject that argument and do you think that the more rural areas are already paying their fair share? Again, I'm not taking a position of for or against on that for purposes of this presentation, but ultimately this board will need to decide. What is in the budget right now, and it is in the amount that would be levied outside our levy limits of approximately $766,000, that's our library amount and bridges, both of which are outside the levy limits. So having said all of that, I think it's appropriate that we listen very briefly to presentations from the respective departments. I hope these will in fact be brief and they touch on the highlights of their departments and what they need to do their job. And then we are going to certainly welcome ideas and comments and suggestions from the board, because at this point our progress report to you indicates that we still have an excess of expense requests to available levy sources of approximately $752,000, and that is prior to the health insurance numbers and prior to the non-exempt or the exempt salary numbers. So somehow we need to close that gap, and we're going to invite and welcome and solicit your ideas in terms of how we do that. We think we've identified the revenue sources, and that really means that the only way we're going to do that is to borrow funds or reduce expenses. So having said that, Roger, I turn it back to you, and let's hear the presentations.
Thank you, Darrell. All of you were sent a notice from, all the department heads were sent a notice from Chuck's office about today's session. Some of you, the department heads aren't here, and I assume someone's filling in for them. We feel very strongly, and I contacted a number of you, that 2 to 3 minutes is all we need for most departments. The three major departments, which I would call Health and Human Services, Highway, and the Sheriff's Office, need a little bit more than that. But again, they're not going to get a whole lot more either. So if we're going to get this thing through in good shape today, we need to have short presentations to the meat of what you want to give us and then go on. And I'm going to start out with Chuck's area.
Okay, my tab is number 1 in your book. That isn't because I asked for it, it's just always been that way, so I'll just let you know that. I'd like to, if I could, just spend just a couple of seconds here going over some things that may help you as we go through department by department. One is, I've noticed many of you looking at this legal sheet of capital outlay items. These are items, and I ask this specifically from each department, that they keep in contact with me on their capital items. These are all the items that are budgeted in their capital line accounts for 2010. So the reason for separating these things out is, one, we like to check and make sure that we don't have duplication in there. We have departments that may do some office or building improvements. Sometimes that shows up in their department, sometimes that shows up in building services. I tell them I don't care which, as long as it shows up in one, and if it shows up in two, somebody's got to go. The other thing is I can sort out certain types of things like computers and run that past Tom Boron and IT to make sure that the appropriate computers are being looked at. We also have, obviously, some purchasing advantages through our purchasing agent, or not agent, but management system specialist, Dana Baker. She will often be able to get good prices on some of the items that are in here, or verify that the amounts that the department heads have put in are correct. It'll give you a little bit of an ability to see what those kind of items are. Oftentimes, they're the items that either get moved back a year or removed or changed during the budget process. Sometimes they get borrowed for. So it's kind of a handy scorecard for you for some of the items that are in the budget. Doesn't cover every significant expense, but certainly many of them. The second thing I'll point out, you should all have one of these summary sheets of the budget. This is kind of an overall score sheet of not only the proposed budget, but historically where some of the revenues and expenses have come in for the county. And Darrell mentioned the $788,000 number. That shows up on the back page. Generally speaking, the first 3 pages are revenues that are coming in. The last 3 pages are expenses. They're aggregate expenses based on departments, and revenues, they're just the revenue types that we get. The objective with finance as they work through this is to close that negative number that shows up at the bottom of the last page to make that 0. We have to have a balanced budget going forward for you to approve. So that should help out a little bit. There's one other sheet that I believe you've received, which is, looks like this. It's changes that have occurred since September 1st. This is a work in progress, putting a budget together. Numbers get changed. We'll get new numbers. We've had 2 notices from the state of Wisconsin on what our shared revenue numbers are going to be. So, I think the first one's in. The second one I received just yesterday. I don't know if they're in or not. I'm looking at Michelle. We talked about it. I can't remember if you told me they are or not, but those things affect, obviously, the outcome of that bottom line number. Some things have been removed already, basically by the Finance Committee over the departments that they oversee, including mine. I'll just point those out quickly. We did have $70,000 in for remodeling the office suite. That was a basic estimate that Art Tobin provided for us. As many of you know, when we switched, we lost one union employee in December last year after the budget was put together. We came back to you. We ended up changing the kind of positions that we have. We created an accountant position. We didn't replace the union position. The accountant position is a non-union position. Posed a little bit of an office problem for us because we want people to have private offices for discussions and that kind of thing. So we moved a couple of people around. It led to a larger discussion of, well, should we leave the suite the way it is? The musical chairs essentially stopped with Chairman Rebholz moving to the back office here, and the original reconfiguration of the office, the $70,000, we were looking at trying to move the chair back into the suite, but we were also trying to take into account security issues that Chief Deputy Schultz had put together in a report for this facility. By all accounts, it seems to be working out with the chairman to be over here. Seems to be a comfortable office for him and for supervisors that come in. So we backed that out, and we'll look at the security issues later on. So that $70,000 was removed. Also, under finance, we have habitually put in $500,000 for new finance software. Some of that is for shock value, just to make sure that everybody understands that at some point we're going to need to do this. We don't know what it's actually going to cost. It should be hopefully less than that. That was removed. However, it was reduced to $50,000 as the discussion has been to use the Government Finance Association, GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association. They provide consulting services for municipal governments like ours to look at our accounting needs. And that's still in there to be looked at. That's a multi-year effort, so at least for now, that's still there. The 50,000, not the $500,000. You can see we will modify this sheet, and when the final day comes for the budget, this sheet will be much longer. It may also ultimately include items that are removed from the budget and proposed to be put into a borrowing pool. That's something that we've done in the past. I'm not saying we're going to do it again, but it's an option that finance and the board have approved in the past to help balance the budget. And I won't get into it any longer, but the recovery bonds may end up having an impact on much of this. Okay, on to my tab. I actually have a relatively small budget. It has changed over time in the 9 years I've been here. It used to be myself and administrative secretary. The administrative secretary turned into a risk manager. We used to have the budgets together, then we separated them out. Then we combined my department with HR, and we've since separated them out. So essentially what you're looking at is a budget for simply my office. And I've put items in there that may have suite implications in terms of the administration suite. The office remodeling was in there, removed. I do have some funds in there for a new copier machine and an item for a new laptop computer for myself that I can use outside of the office. I can bring to meetings and so forth, so I'm not out of touch with what's going on there. We have asked department heads to look at what your budgets would look like if you had a 5 and a 10% reduction. Basically, for a department like mine, reducing to 5. I opted for reducing as many operating expenses as possible. I can't stand here and say that they're realistic. 10% gets into just reducing wages and benefits, frankly. That's just the size and nature of many of the departments that are labor employee intensive. Some aren't that way, but mine is, and you'll probably hear most of them that way here this morning. So I'm trying to stay within the guidelines here so I don't get the hook signal from the chair, but I'll be happy to take any questions from anybody. I will mention one other thing. I also have in my budget the allocation for the Economic Development Commission. They have proposed a 0% increase over last year. They've been effective, of course, in doing economic development around the county. There's also $2,500 in there for membership in Momentum West, which stems from the Chippewa Valley over to this side of the state. They have been very interested in working with not only St. Croix County, but the other counties between here and the Chippewa Valley on transportation issues. You may remember that resolution that was approved a few meetings ago that gave St. Croix County some authority to work with the other counties on transportation issues, and hopefully perhaps before the end of the year I'll be back up here before you to explain what's been done on some of that. So unless there's any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. We'll move right on then to the county clerk.
That would be tab 2, I guess.
Tab 2, I'm Cindy Campbell, County Clerk. It's my understanding you're just seeing the summary, and so I'll give you some detail. I prepare 5 budgets. I have the county board, the committees and commissions, legal notices, county clerk and elections. And Just quickly highlighting the county board budget per diems for county board and committees. I've left the same from 2009, even though there'll be a reduction in the number of board members. It was, there's no way to guess what it's going to be, so it was left the same for 2009 as it is in 2010. There's been just an increase in the goal setting session that was reviewed by the Finance Committee. I budgeted 2,000 and they increased it to 5,000. One thing, another increase that is in the budget under the county board section, I have a software program in there. It's called Roll Call Pro Voting System. It's a software system, includes wireless remotes, and so you would be able to vote, roll call vote on the screen. It would be a private vote, but the results would show up. The vendor quoted $12,200 for that software system for a 19-member board. In addition to that, I have $10,000 in the county board budget, which is for room remodeling of the county board. There's just been some discussion regarding that with the reduction of the board members. I've talked to Art Tobin briefly about that, and he says that's a bare minimum number, and that's a decision that will have to be made or nothing done at all. My goal is to see this room be a more multi-purpose room. The setup isn't really made for that, for committee meetings. It would be nice to see something done. Committees and commissions, really no changes there. Per diems, like I indicated, were left the same. There's been a decrease in the liability insurance, and you'll see that reduction there. I also have a legal publication budget that's remained the same, and that's just for any ordinances or budget amendments that need to be published, and that comes out of that budget. County clerk budget, I have nothing in there out of the ordinary. It's been the same since 2009. A little increase in PTO payout for employees. Reduction in liability. The only thing I can see reducing is trying to reduce some operating expenses, but it's pretty bare minimum right now. And then elections. In odd-numbered years, I budget for the odd-numbered years budget. I budget for 2 elections. Even-numbered years, I budget for 4 elections. So you see a significant increase in the election budget for 2010. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. You have heard the report from our circuit court. John, you have a question?
No, I'd like to bring up, on the table of contents, we don't show the library funding.
Turn on your microphone, John.
There. On the table of contents, we don't show the library funding, and I'm wondering what time period that's going to come up. I have some comments and things in regarding the library, and I'm just wondering when would that fit into the...
It'll be under the finance tab.
Under finance.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. The next item will be the clerk of court, and you will notice in your paraphernalia today you've got a report from Lori on the circuit court, and you can read that over at your leisure. She's going to talk about her budget at this point.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to answer any questions that you might have about our annual report. Feel free to read that in your leisure and call me with any questions or email me. What budget tab am I? 3?
No, 4. 4.
Okay. I'm budget tab number 4. And I'm happy to follow Cindy because I just have one budget. The budget I presented is pretty much the same as last year. Came in at about a little less than 0.5% increase. And that's with the salaries and fringes of course, increasing, and the biggest decrease there was a reduction in capital outlay. So it comes in at about $5,000 above 2009. 78% of our budget is salaries and fringes, and 21% of it is court-mandated expenses such as jury, bailiff, interpreters, witnesses, psychological evaluations, guardian ad litem, and court-appointed counsel. So really, there's a very small portion of my budget that I can control, if any, because we do have to have some operating expenses to function. In terms of the 5 and 10% worksheet, what I came up with really was about a 1.5% decrease, which is about $25,000. If we make those proposed cuts, that does fall well within the levy cap. We only levy about $115,000 for our department because of all the revenue that comes in. So 5% would be about $6,000 and 10% would be about $12,000. So with the proposed cuts, if the board insists on making those, it would be about $24,000 total. And just to highlight those briefly, we could possibly cut overtime, interpreter fees, guardian ad litem fees, court-appointed counsel fees, and bank fees. But we would need to also consider an increase to jury fees and bailiff fees because we're already out of funds for this year. And that's partly just due to the fourth branch of the judiciary being added in 2008. Any questions?
Thank you, Lori. We'll move then to Corporation Counsel. Greg?
Say within my 3 minutes.
I'm Greg Timmerman, the Corporation Counsel for St. Croix County. The Corporation Counsel Department is people. 98% of the budget is payroll expenses or numbers that are allocated without any control from us, such as allocation for liability, insurance, coverage, etc. The operating expenses for the office show we're talking amounts that the largest amount is $1,200. The $1,200 would be an increase in our computerized legal research system. Last year we attempted to reduce that amount and try to utilize a different system on the internet that was free, but it is not a good system, and I would like the county board to let us go back to what we had before, which was a much better, more efficient, and more productive legal research system. There were some reductions in the operating expenses for the department too. I think there was a $500 reduction in staff development brought about by purchasing coupons in advance for legal seminars, so we have a discount in that. The budget doesn't reflect any 5 or 10% reductions because there is no reduction in the work that the office does, so layoffs or reduction in hours isn't appropriate. If the county decides that they need to implement a reduction in force plan, then our department would be subject to whatever the county board decides. So, in summary, the operations expense of the Corporation Counsel Office, I believe, nets about a $700 increase, and the other numbers are all personnel or mandatory allocations. Does anybody have any questions? Thanks. Poor Greg.
We'll move on then to information technology. Let me check. Excuse me, I'm still there. We sit too close together. Information technology is tab 6.
Thank you, Roger. As said, I'm tab 6. I'm the first of the larger departments here, I guess, but I am a single department. The proposed budget I have this year is about 56,000 higher than last year's. Coming in at, we started at 970. I met with finance. We pulled out about 8,600, removing a communication line between here and Baldwin. We'll continue to use the microwave for our communication to connect with that with the facility. The increase of 56,000 is mainly salaries and capital expenses. Last year I reduced by 10%, which was pulling out all the capital, and I'm putting some of that back in because we cannot stay stagnant in the information technology arena for very long before we fall way behind. That 56,000 is comprised of 10,000 in salary increase. I do have 4,400 in for a summer intern this year. We have not had a staff increase in 10 years here through the county's growth time. We've maintained our staffing levels, and actually, because we haven't had turnover either, we've actually lost a quarter person in that time just by vacation time alone. I put back in to upgrade our mail program here. Back to we're running currently Exchange 2003, which is now 6 years old. Will be 7 next year. Added 6,300 to professional services. This is for server virtualization. This is consultants we use. We are headed down that path. We've made good strides down that way already, using servers for creating a single server or a multiple out of single servers, and this consulting is for that. I have a 6,200 for a server sized or a server room sized UPS for the enrichment facility. We currently are running multiple small units in there. That room with the amount of equipment in there now with their with the video equipment that's also in that room, it does need to be upgraded. Staff development at 2,700 additional dollars in there again for training. And the new server, and also then a $3,500 for a VMware server, which we can then virtualize and create multiple servers from. And that total comes out to about $56,000, which is an increase in the budget from last year. Any questions? Thank you.
We'll move on to the finance area then. Finance is tab 7.
Well, since Chuck pretty much covered my budget, about the only thing that's really different than last year is the $50,000 for the GFOA consulting with regard to new enterprise-wide software. To implement software, we need an 18 to 24 month implementation time. And so luckily the $50,000 gets us started on that path before we have a financial software system that crashes. So the only other thing that's in my budget tab is the libraries in total. So if you want to discuss libraries, you certainly can. Any questions?
John? Yes. I have several bits of information.
John, turn on your microphone, please.
There we go. Thank you. I have some correspondence from communities around Richmond, basically. Let's see, 6 of them. And 4 of them are in favor of 100% of pass-through for the funding, and 2 of them are not. I can name them if you wish, but as an example here for the usage in the New Richmond Library, City of New Richmond, 49% for the city people, non-city residents, 51%. And then I got other figures here of that there. Somerset Library, and I also have a letter here. The village of Somerset was 33% for the village, the non-village residents, 67%. So the we can probably look at Deer Park here. That's a small library, but the village residents, 25% use it, and non-village residents, 75%. I could go on there, but it's immaterial. I had gotten some correspondence in the last few days from these villages and the communities nearby. It was also in the New Richmond newspaper last week. So I called, I'm a member of the trustee board for the IFLIS, Indian Head Federated Library System. And so I called John Thompson, the director there, and such, and he was in contact with a couple of the directors, and that way, the article in the paper there mentions about that there's residents of the city of New Richmond pay nearly 72% of the cost, and the non-city residents pay the balance. So it's somewhat controversial at this time. My wife and I had the experience yesterday of going into the New Richmond Library to get some copies to send to John Thompson in Eau Claire. We didn't have the facility at home to do that with our computer. And we got there 8 minutes after 10. And lo and behold, the library was quite full. I estimated between 35 and 40 people there. And so after we got our little copies made and so forth that way and sent to John Thompson, I asked, is this a normal Monday or Tuesday? Yes, it is. And to my amazement, the library was very busy. They have, during the week, programs for youngsters, and I'm not sure the age group right now, but all through preschool that way. And so there's a lot of library used out there, and I'm glad to see it out there. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much, Michelle. We'll move on to building services then, which is tab 8. It's treasurer, excuse me, treasurer's next. I'm sorry. Tab 8. Lori, I had to go be building.
What tab? What tab? You're 8. Okay. My name is Lori Noble, and I work in the treasurer's office. And under tab 8, you'll find my proposed budget. Basically, I've kept the budget pretty much what it was historically the last few years. You'll notice items 1 through 11 are items that come from HR and payroll. So those are basically the same, or they are what they are. Line 22 comes from risk management, the liability insurance. And then in between line items 12 through 21 and 23 are items that basically I looked back historically what the budget was and what year to date, what we've actually spent, and tried to keep it within reason and, you know, kind of presenting it within the same expense total. And I think this year's budget pretty much, again, like I said, have come in pretty much the same. I think I had like maybe a 1% lower than 2009. I know currently our delinquencies are up from last year for tax collecting, but reminder notices are being sent out routinely every month, so we're continuing to collect the tax money. And basically that's pretty much it as far as my budget. So are there any questions or anything you'd like to bring up at this time?
Thank you, Laura.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah.
move on.
Thank you.
We'll move on then to Mr. Tobin. We got you in the right slot now. And that's tab 9.
Good morning, everyone. My name, I go by many things. I won't tell you what my wife calls me at home, but I go by Art Tobin, so I am the Building Services Director for St. Croix County. In the Building Services budget, we take care of 3 facilities: New Richmond campus, Baldwin campus, and here at Hudson. Our increase that we've got this year is going over the budget is, of course, looking at staff salary. We've tried to hold the line on everything, and where we could not is on electrical. We're up 7%, is an estimated 7% on electrical uses countywide there. Garbage collection, refuge use is 15, and also custodial supplies actually out in Baldwin because of the increased use that they're having out there. And we're going through a lot more custodial supplies out at that location. The biggest thing that the increase that we have in our budget, and it's huge this year, is the capital outlay. We're taking a look at issues across, and what that was drawn from is we're looking at security, and that was done or driven by a security report that was done by the Sheriff's Department, Chief Deputy John Schultz, and also recommended by the Finance Committee and both Safety and Security Committees. So we're looking at a lot of increases there as far as that goes, both for New Richmond, for Hudson, and for Baldwin, where we have none right now. We don't have any form of identipass. We don't have any cameras at that location. So that's one of the things that we're looking at, is following that recommendation. We went out and got prices and estimates on everything for security. So that's what we're looking at doing there. One of the other things that we're looking at doing is Health and Human Services and also nursing home has increased substantially as far as the capital outlay is concerned. One of the biggest things that came back there, besides cameras and security swipes, was the fact that the absolute poor lighting that they have at that location. So we're looking at increasing that lighting at that area and trying to get things a little bit better for those folks up there. So with that is our biggest our hurdle is to get through capital outlay. In regards to the 5 and 10% cuts, for us to obtain a 5% cut, it would be greatly reducing our capital outlay, and going with only those increases that we have to, such as electrical and refuge collection. To meet our 10% goal, it means removal of 100% of the capital outlay at all locations, and reduction in a lot of the other areas. But basically, our goal is, over this course of this new year, with the effort that Finance and the County Board has put into with new boilers and chillers going into this location, our goal and what we're being told is that we hope to save between 15 and 18% on our utility costs at this location, is what we're being told right now when we go forward and we get everything online. So with that is the Building Services budget. If anybody has any questions, please. Gerald.
Mr. President. Thank you, Art. I haven't studied your budget in detail, but what is the amount of time that you've budgeted for maintenance for the nursing home, keeping in mind that the nursing home and that facility up there is it's old, needs a tremendous amount of repair, but I've been looking to try to assess the amount of time you're able to budget for maintenance. I hear the term 9 hours. What's that mean?
There was a study done, Gerald, before I started here, and I don't quote me, but I believe it came out of the Whiffley study. And what they said was that basically that the study was that it was for 9 hours a day per the nursing home for maintenance work that was to be done in there for total time. That 9 hours broke down into 1 maintenance man staff time and then 1 hour to walk through. The other maintenance person that's there, the total of time had to do with Health and Human Services, St. Croix Industries, a lot of the other buildings that were on that campus.
Okay, putting you on the spot, Art, I've heard it said that we've cannibalized the nursing home for doorknobs and various things to keep the other going. Do you feel that you got enough maintenance support to keep that place up with the, keep in mind now that the number of patients are going to be increased, there's going to be more floor space. I don't feel comfortable with the amount of time you're budgeting for maintenance for up there. I'm selfish.
What we've done in the past, Gerald, is, and what we've been doing this whole summer, is taking staff from Hudson and to the tone of about 2 full-time staff people and then another one. What we're doing is we're just moving staff up there to try to cover. The long and short of your answer is no, I don't have enough staff.
In other words, that is something we should begin to address in this budget as board members?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Art. We'll move on. Kristen, we'll go to risk management.
This is on, right? Hello, I'm Kristen Ziliak. I'm the risk manager for the county. I think my budget information is under tab 10. The risk management budget is made up of the work comp fund and the liability fund. These two funds, the expenses in both of those funds are for insurance premiums, the payment of claims, for staff salary, which is my salary, I'm a department of 1, and also for loss prevention efforts. All of the expenses in both of these funds are charged back to departments. So each of those funds has a revenue line item, and that amount is what departments basically pay back to those two funds. My 5 and 10% worksheet in the book for work comp, you'll notice that the biggest line item is the very last line item called premium and claims for $340,000. That's a line item that I can't really adjust downward unless we get rid of our insurance program and basically go bare and have no insurance, or if we don't fund for anticipated claims. So really the only movement that I have, the only places that I can cut from are from my salary or from loss control efforts. So you'll see under program development there's a $14,000 amount there. To get to 5%, I have to reduce that to $1,000. So that leaves very little room for us to take care of things as they come up unexpectedly. What we use that money for is for training. For some employees have the need for ergonomics equipment that comes up unexpectedly. I anticipate we'll be using a lot of that money yet this year for H1N1 supplies as we move forward in planning for that. We also maintain the AEDs out of that amount. To get to the 10%, you have to cut my hours by 10 hours a week. And I report to Chuck, so that means that Chuck would end up getting my work.
I look forward to that.
Moving to the liability fund on the next page. Again, the biggest line item is the premium and claim line item of $550,000. Again, that's a line item that I can't really adjust down because we can't cancel insurance programs, and we need to plan for claims. They're going to happen. So to get to a 5 and 10% reduction in those areas, you have to eliminate 30% of my salary. Probably the most relative aspect of my budget on the overall budget is what the departments are charged for liability insurance. A couple of the department heads that have been up here have already mentioned that they don't have any control over what that amount ends up being in their budget. We've had some challenges that we've tried to address the last couple years. There is a separate handout that I gave to all of you. The first page of it has a chart. It looks like this. What we've tried to do the last couple years based on, we've had some unexpected increases in our insurance premium for liability insurance. That was a result of the strip search claims, if some of you were here when that happened. Basically, in 2003, what the county paid for liability insurance was about $100,000. In 2005, that amount went to $400,000. And it's been gradually coming down, thank goodness. In 2009, what we paid was $172,000. So premiums are based on your loss exposure. When you have claims, your premium's going to go up. The impact, though, of those increased insurance costs on the liability fund balance was that we didn't have enough money in there to pay for premiums and also to pay for claims without borrowing. So what we've been working towards is building that fund balance up and trying to put money in the fund before we actually have claims. And that's what we've been doing for the last couple years. You'll see if you look at that chart, the line on that chart is actually what our goal is. So that is a measure of what we could potentially pay for claims. And then the bar amount there is the what's actually in the fund. There's two different charts. One shows you what the auditors consider our fund balance to be, and the bottom chart shows you it's a measure of cash that's actually in the fund. The reason that the numbers are different is that the auditors subtract out what they call a reserve amount. They look at claims that have already happened and they try and guess how much those claims are going to cost us, and they count that against us. So the top chart there, you'll see to the far right that they say our fund balance at the end of 2008 is that $684,000 number. If you go directly below it, you'll see that actually cash in that account at the end of 2008 was $2.1 million. The difference is about $1.5 million, and that's what the auditors count against us. Basically, they want to hold it aside for claim payments. So the question for the Finance Committee has been, have we actually met our goal? The impact on the departments of this question has been how much we actually charge the departments in their budgets for liability insurance. In your packet there, there's a letter. This is the letter that went to the department heads explaining to them what they were going to pay for 2010. Most of the departments are actually seeing a large decrease in their liability insurance. That's because we believe we've made progress, good progress towards our goal in building that fund. The only department that actually has seen an increase is the Parks Department, and that's because they had a large claim that they needed to basically reimburse the fund for. And that's this chart here, if anyone's actually interested in seeing what the departments that you're the most interested in are paying, that's there for you to look at. Going forward, the amounts that we've come up with for 2010 for the departments to pay going forward are now going to be consistent. For the last couple years, for some of the larger departments that actually experience more claims, their liability insurance cost has been up and down, up and down, up and down. And that's hard for the departments to plan for. So we believe we're at the point where the departments will consistently pay what you see in column R there of this particular chart. So the departments now know, like for example, the Sheriff's Department will pay $250,000 every year going forward for their liability insurance. We'll continue to monitor the health of the fund. If they have a catastrophic claim that indicates they need to put more into the fund, then we'll adjust that. But we believe we're good to go for several years with the departments putting in those consistent amounts. And that's really what the departments asked for. It's very important to the Highway Department that they have consistent costs for their insurance, and we believe we've reached that goal. Any questions?
Thank you, Kristen. Next
is going to be tab 11.
Good morning. I guess we have a few more minutes left here of the morning. As you said, I'm Tammy Funk from the Human Resources Department. The budget that you have in front of you has just a slight increase from the 2009. However, when it was prepared, it included projected costs associated with the vacancy that we had. Now I will be able to actually go in and adjust those numbers because it was based on the assumption that health insurance would be included. It's not going to be elected, so I will be able to actually reduce my numbers in my requested budget by about $9,000, which was kind of a nice thing that has come up recently. The big changes to the HR budget, because most of everything operationally is the same as was requested last year, is the reduction of salaries from going from 4 full-time positions to 3 full-time and 1 part-time position. So that will be in the budget for next year. The other one is a request to implement a formal employee assistance program of an approximate cost of about $10,000. So that is where the budget continues to remain the same. I've had a number of incidents in consultation with employees and department heads where I really believe this is a great value, both for employees as a resource and a benefit to the county in assisting employees handling their issues. There's big impacts that can occur for employees dealing with stuff in the workplace that affects morale, affects productivity, affects turnover, affects absenteeism. So for me, I think it's a win-win. But that continues to be in the budget and will be under discussion there. If a 5% cut is required by the HR department, the main things that we would need to do would be to decrease the training budget, to decrease the professional services budget, and eliminate the employee picnics that we sponsor every summer. If a 10% cut needs to occur, we would need to do all those above mentioned items, as well as eliminate the employee recognition banquet, which we do every fall to recognize employees at certain kind of what we call milestone years of service, as well as reducing the work hours of the 2 other full-time staff in the HR department, which would require quite an analysis of workload and redistribution of those duties. So, any questions? Yeah.
Where are we at with the Springstead project? Is that going to be completed this year, finally?
There's a couple pieces to that. One, if you look through the budget, next year's the final installment, so payment will be done next year. Springstead, we have done all of our pieces of it, so all department heads, all employees have seen or reviews multiple versions of job descriptions. So Springstead has now sent out the survey to the other county departments, so we are now doing the analysis of salary and benefits. We'll get recommendations back. They've said mid-October. I've asked if at all possible if I could have it before the October 6th finance date to at least start looking at it. There'll be different components to that. Is one, we'll get job descriptions and kind of recommendations of where they see kind of needed for changes in terms of salary adjustments. Non-union will be able to look at both the finance committee, HR, and then the county board. Union positions will involve discussions with the unions, sitting down and looking through any changes. On the outside of that, we also have 2 unions merging at the same time. So the whole would be by the end of this year, whatever needs to be done will be set up. We won't be completed. We'll probably have to do any changes in some kind of a phased process, at least if there's significant salary changes that need to occur. Of course, nothing's in the budget at this time because we don't have any recommendations. But the plan in terms of the study will be done this year, and then a plan forward of how we implement the study.
Okay, for new board members, how long has this been ongoing? Just
Well, I've been here
ballpark
since
within
2000.
6
This new process started January of 2008. It's my understanding there's been some form of some job analysis job thing, 2000 maybe, 2001. I don't know for sure when that originally started.
So
the
we're
one I'm kind of leading and pushing through started January of 2008.
So we're going on 10 years to have job descriptions done, correct?
I've heard 7 or 8. Chuck maybe could comment to that.
It's not. Job descriptions is a part of it. I think this is about the 3rd iteration since I've been here of it. I mean, I was here pushing to get this started. I'm way more confident in our job descriptions and their accuracy now than I was when I started here. We didn't even have all our job descriptions computerized, if you can believe that. But what we really need out of it is a pay plan. What's happened, I think in the mid 80s, the county had used the Hay system. Something like this was done back then. And what it does is it compares the relative value of positions to your pay plan and suggests where the changes ought to be made. And over time, as you just do percentage increases, you start to skew that relative value between pay and value of the position. So this is an attempt to restart that. We've had difficulties, there's no secret about that, in implementing what we've been doing over particularly the last 5 or 6 years. But this is as close as we've been. And I think Tammy is right, that the main thing to remember is we're going to get the results of their study. She mentioned other county departments. She meant other counties' departments, not just St. Croix County. Right. For what they pay their positions and what their positions compare to our positions, so that we have an idea in the market where we're at. But then we'll have to put together the plan for adjusting what we actually compensate people now to what the study says the relative value suggests they should be paid. And that'll end up being a discussion for the Finance Committee. It'll probably, the good thing about it is getting it done, certainly to implement in the middle of next year. When we get into contract negotiations, we'll be in the middle of that next year for, I believe, all our unions for 2011. So it has been frustrating. It has been a long time, but I think we've all concluded we're better off doing it right than not doing it.
Just one more, Mr. Chair. Under your, where am I at? Recruitment. You got 18,000 for this year and 18,000 for next year. Is that the NeoGov program?
No, NeoGov was paid out of dollars from this year within my existing budget. No, it's actually, we've sometimes exceeded up to 20,000. The hope with NeoGov would be, once it's implemented, will be done by the end of this year, we'll be able to assess next year and hopefully be able to even reduce recruitment once we have much more online web-based information out there. So this is more paper background checks, applications. I mean, there's quite a bit within the recruitment and advertising, because we do for all county departments. We don't charge any county departments. So we're placing the ads, we're running the process. We do exams and pay for that, but not NeoGov. That's already paid for.
Thank you, Tammy. We'll move then on to emergency management, if someone's here for emergency management.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I will fill in for Jack. Like Daryl, I'll work here from my desk if you don't mind. The emergency management department is responsible for identifying risk to the community and coordinating its various response activities. The department is staffed under an employee contract. All you know that Jack Colbard is our part-time director, and we have a 60% secretary. This is essentially a budget with little or no change to it. A 5% cut would result in $1,439 in equipment, line 6800-8130, and a 10% would double that amount to $2,877 in equipment, again, line 8130. The budget does include an increase in clerical for grant expansion, so that Pam would be able to assist Jack in doing expanded grant and exercise training. I would comment that we are in the very early stages of talking about possible merging somewhere down the line. This is done with the county board downsizing coming up. I want to be careful in my words that we do not have a plan. We're simply at this point looking at whether this is an avenue for us to do our share with helping the county board and in turn the committee structure in downsizing. If we can find a more efficient way to do it, then the committee will pursue it. But it's very early, and I think it's an important issue, and any of the committee members are here that have any comments, I would certainly welcome them. We have a few purchases, but these are primarily to go over to emergency communications, and I'll let Casey Swetlick address those in his report.
Thank you very much, John. Casey, would you come up for emergency communications, which is tab 13?
Hello, my name is Casey Swellick. I'm the director of the 911 Center for St. Croix County, tab number 13. My department responds to the needs of 37 different police, fire, and EMS agencies throughout St. Croix County. In 2008, we processed over 88,000 calls for service in which another agency had been assigned the problem, generated typically by the citizenry of St. Croix County. Outside of that, we also respond to what amounts to be twice as many administrative phone calls into the 911 center for a total of about 240 to 250,000 calls in a year's time. We are also responsible for warrant entries for St. Croix County. We're the single point of entry into the time system, and the Sheriff's Department alone generates well over, and the court system, of course, generates well over 1,000 warrant entries per year. Our duties also include programs that were implemented in this last year, such as City Watch, which is a mass notification system, which we use to notify a large amount of people in a very short time. We have already used that system within the last 2 months. We use that to aid in the recovery of missing children. Possibilities also include hazardous situations in which large amounts of public need to be notified. Our demand increases on a yearly basis. My expectation is that for the first time in 2009, we will exceed over 90,000 calls for service. If you look at a handout that I provided for you, it shows the breakdown of the budget. The changes for the 0% directive result from a new contract negotiation with AT&T. We are also responsible for all the phone systems of this government center, as well as long-distance calls made from this government center. A renegotiation of that contract has brought about some savings, and that is reflected in the 0% budget directive. In fact, I come in at about a 1% savings in that 0% directive. Unfortunately, the majority of my department is costs are related to staff. In order to meet the 5% directive, I have to lose a 0.7 position. And in order to meet the 10% directive, I will lose 2 0.7 FTE positions. So staff are related to the loss of staff is related to the 5 and 10% directive, as outlined in the forms provided for you. Any questions?
Bill? Casey, are your capital expenditures listed somewhere on the long capital expenditure list?
In 2010, I have no capital expenditures from my department. There are some, as John Borup mentioned earlier, there are some items that Jack Covart has placed on his capital outlay, so you'll see them under emergency management. Those are purchases needed for my department that are recoverable through his various grants. Radio rectifiers, various radio equipment that helps in the interoperability portion of what I do are outlined in the capital outlay component for 2010, but nothing labeled for emergency communications.
Ken?
Yes, I noticed that you have on here tower rental. Is that predominantly King Tower?
That's correct.
And is that a permanent lease on there, or is it one that has to be renegotiated and we may lose it at any given time?
Well, the history of the King plant is public safety related. The lease, however, is due October of 2010. So it is a renewable lease.
Thanks, Casey. Buzz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Casey, I just need a clarification. The first page under the tab for your department seems out of sync with this page of your handout, and I'm just wondering which one we should be using.
I want to make sure the one in your left hand is the one for emergency communications and not the medical examiner.
Thank you. My mistake.
Julie?
Maybe we can have Casey just stay and then do his medical examiner report.
Want to do that?
I won't have to put in for mileage. Thank you. So I believe it's tab 18, is that correct?
17.
17, I'm sorry. Also provided for you is a summary of the medical examiner department. I am the medical examiner for St. Croix County. The approach to that was the same, so the documentation looks similar. The 0% directive was easily met because of a loss in the multiplier for the gas reimbursement. The fuel costs have gone down. So the 0%, which equates to a 1% savings, that 0% directive was met without any formal impact by the medical examiner department. The large area in my medical examiner department is related to the autopsies. I am responsible, my department is responsible for the investigation of all unexplained, unnatural deaths in St. Croix County. In some cases, those deaths require an autopsy to be ordered, and the costs of that autopsy come out of my budget. So in order to meet the 5% budget decrease directive, it simply is adjusting that hypothetical number, that I predict, down. So the 5% results in the loss of one projection for autopsy, and the 10% results in 2. So currently I budget for 28 autopsies in 2009. So to meet the 5% budget directive, it would be 27, and to meet the 10%, it would be 26. With along with that are some smaller losses in some education. So that is where we meet the directives for the medical examiner department. Any questions for that? Thank you. And thank you for your support.
Next, we'll move into the Veteran Services. Merlin? That is tab 14. Tab 14.
I'm Merlin Blaisdell, and I'm the Director of Veteran Services. And I just want to let you all know we appreciate the support we've had in the past, and look forward to future support through our support of veterans. There's not much that should jump out on you on this budget. So there's not any significant changes from last year. There's a little bit of cuts here, and then there's some increases elsewhere. And currently we have 54 veterans deployed to Iraq. Those folks are due back. They're a part of the Wisconsin National Guard in River Falls and New Richmond. They're due back in February. So I expect that we'll be a little busier when those folks come back. Currently, our office, through the distribution of federal benefits, we hope that we had a lot to do with bringing $16.5 million back into St. Croix County for veterans benefits through comp and pension and medical care. In addition to that, we have about $1.4 million back in state benefits. So the 5 and 10% reductions we're just small, so that's staff or veterans transportation. Those are the only two programs that we could take that kind of cut in. The transportation program would be almost taken away if we had to take 10% off our budget for that. So anyway, if there
we've done what we can, and we hope that you support this budget. So I'm going to tell you in front of folks that Wanda and Jerry have been wonderful staff, and they're a joy to work with, and I think we get a lot done. So if you any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Thanks, Merlin. Next, we'll have Pete with UW Extension. And as long as you're up here, Pete, you may as well take the fair board too, huh? And UW Extension is tab 15, and the fair is 16.
Our budget, again, as some of the others have indicated, is fairly heavy to staff. We have fairly minimal amount of operating expenses, some of those things. But probably the biggest news, as was mentioned before, is that all state employees are required to take a furlough. So that applies to the agents in our office, and we are required to take 8 days off without pay over the next 2 years. So 8 days a year, total of 16 days. And then our salaries have been reduced accordingly, which amounts to about a 3% reduction in our salary. Plus, we weren't given a 2% raise that was projected or was supposed to happen in July. So if you're looking for somebody to feel some pain in the pocketbook, certainly Extension is doing that. And so what we've prepared here is a budget that reflects the same amount as we had last year. We've taken some of those savings in salary and put those back into some operating expenses and some just allowing us to get our work done. Kind of putting it back to what some of those items were in 2008. Really, that's about all I have to report on our budget. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Pete.
Okay.
We'll move on to the fair board.
Okay, the fair board. Again, I was called into action here this morning. They apologize for not being able to make it. I didn't prepare this budget, but wanted to at least convey some of what they would have said here. I think you'll see that they had a fairly successful, or you may have heard they had a fairly successful year at the fair, but they did have some difficulty with cash flow. They were required to take out a $15,000 loan to help get prepared and to get ready for the fair. And so you'll see in their budget they're asking for $15,000 more this year to help alleviate that issue. Any questions?
Thank you, Pete, very much. The next one would be child support. I don't know who's handling that.
I can handle it.
Okay.
Or Michelle is also here. If you have any questions for.
Go ahead.
Katie is out of town. She's at a meeting in Appleton today, so her her budget is like everyone else's. The 5 and 10% is spelled out. It's number 18.
Tab 18.
Are there any questions? I have a short note here from Katie, but it's just explaining that she had gone. She wasn't going to be able to do the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Julie. We'll then move to District Attorney Eric.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Eric Johnson. I'm the district attorney for St. Croix County. My office prosecutes all the crimes that occur in St. Croix County, from traffic, juvenile, to homicides, domestics, drugs, everything. My office is, all the lawyers in our office are state employees. I have 5 full-time assistant DAs. They're all state employees, and they'll be taking furloughs, as was indicated before. So they have 8 furlough days a year, 16 over 2 years, and so we're trying to figure out how that's going to work, working with the courts and that type of thing. So that's somewhat, as indicated by the gentleman before here, we're in that same situation. We have 7 support staff people that are county employees, and I checked the last time we added a position in our support staff was 2003, so it's been quite a while. Our budget for 2010 is the same as it was last year. We're not asking for anything additional. I would also note that in 2009 our budget was cut $12,000, which was about almost 30% of our 30% of our discretionary amounts. That was basically capital outlay. We were looking at furniture. Again, we're going through my list here. We're not asking for anything additional. 94% of my budget is people, is staff. So in order to get to the 5 or 10%, you'd have to do something with staff. The proposal that we had, or that we put forward, was either a 35 or a 37-hour work week. Now, of course, that'd have to be a little bit broader. It'd have to be county-wide, but that's the only way we would be able to get to or get close to those numbers. And I should also note, what we've tried to do as budgets decrease, like I said, we see this in the state level also, is try to prioritize, put more emphasis on our serious crimes and try to do more diversion on our less serious crimes. And so our diversion program is where we put a lot of our cases that we're trying to keep it out of the system. I think we save a lot of money by doing that, and then we can focus on a lot of our more serious cases. Right now, I checked, this year we had a first-degree intentional homicide, we had 4 attempted first-degree homicides, and 5 vehicular homicide cases that go through our office. That's in addition to all the drug cases. So I think, as the administrator of the office, I want to focus on those cases. And one of the things we've done, for example, is our check diversion project. We divert our checks to financial services, I believe is their name. So all our bad checks go right to them. They do collection efforts. They collect from the perpetrator. They have classes that these people have to go through. But the bottom line is those cases don't go through our office. They don't go through the court system. And our businesses are happier now than when they did go through the system. And it costs us nothing. It's paid for by the people that are writing the checks. And that's, like I said, that's close to 500 cases a year. So we're trying to divert some of those things. But again, I guess we got 2 to 3 minutes. We're not asking for anything additional. There's no capital issues that we're looking for or whatever. Any questions?
Are there any questions of Eric? Buzz?
Thank you. Eric, on page 1 of the line items, down near the bottom, the item numbered 003402, drug prosecution grant expense. What is the amount of the grant that represents?
We have 2 assistant DA positions that are paid for by state grants. And so one is, I believe one is traffic related and the other is drug related. And so that drug grant, my understanding, pays the full cost, and I believe that's about $53,000. Or is it? Yeah, or is it? Okay, that includes the benefits, right? So,
Do
again,
those grants have to be reapplied for each year?
That one there is legislatively created. Correct. It does have to be, but it was created by our legislature, so we do have to reapply, but there's a presumption that the money's there.
Does the expense justify the income?
The income meaning?
The grant income?
Right. Well, yeah, having a full-time drug prosecutor in this county is necessary. We still have, even though our numbers, the last 3 years, our meth numbers have been cut in half, we still lead the state. St. Croix County still leads the state in the number of meth cases. So even though, you know, our numbers are down, we want to, I mean, we got to keep up on that. So, yeah, absolutely, I think so.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Sherry.
Good, thank you. I should also add Ann Gustafson is going to present her budget here, and she retires in a week and a half after 19 years of service in St. Croix County, and add on another 6 years of service in Pierce County. So she's been serving the public and victims here for over 25 years.
Thank you. And that's tab 20 for Ann, okay?
Okay. The Victim Witness Program is about people helping people that have become victims and witnesses of crimes. The help to victims and witnesses comes in the form of information about the court process in general, about their case in particular, and in the form of support when they need to testify in court in front of the alleged perpetrator of the crime. Also in the form of referrals to resources to assist them in gaining a sense of normalcy in their lives. The budgets for the victim witness and legal advocate programs reflect the emphasis on people helping people. In July 2009, we were approved by the Department of Justice for an additional person to be part of the victim witness program. This position is partially funded through the Department of Justice Chapter 950 reimbursement. Chapter 950 is that portion of the statutes that authorizes the creation of victim witness programs, the assessing of surcharges against defendants that are convicted, and then reimbursement of the programs. In addition, it also, that position also has a grant, or a portion of it is being funded by the Recovery Act grant for this year. During the next 2 years, it will be funded through Chapter 950 and a congressional discretionary grant. The legal advocate budget, the majority of which is funded by a VOCA, or Victims of Crime Act grant, is 1% operating costs and 99% personnel costs. The Victim Witness Program, which receives partial funding from the Department of Justice reimbursement and that Federal Recovery Act, is 3.3% operating costs and 96.7% personnel costs. We found it impossible to find costs that could be cut from these budgets without cutting positions. As a result, we created alternative budgets that decrease hours for present staff to 37.5 or 35 hours per week. These come close to reaching the proposed goal of 5 and 10% reductions in expenditures. However, reducing the time for the staff would also have an impact on the quality of services that could be provided to victims. Reducing expenditures would also reduce the revenue that is returned to the county in the form of reimbursements. So our budget is essentially the same as what it has been in the past, with the exception that we have added an additional person. The costs of that additional person are fully funded so that there are no county monies being spent between July and the end of December of this year, nor for the year 2010. So I'd entertain any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Ann? Thank you very much, Ann.
Okay.
Appreciate all of your efforts.
If I could just say, for nearly 19 years, I've had the privilege of serving the citizens of St. Croix County, but now is the time for retirement. The program, however, will be in the very capable hands of Pam Bell-Richard, who comes to us from St. Croix County Victim Witness. She's actually coming back to St. Croix County, and that she started here a number of years ago. She has 10 years experience there and will do a good job, I'm convinced, with our program. I want to thank you, the County Board, for your support of me, of a program of the victims and witnesses of St. Croix County. Thank you.
Next, Dennis, you get a chance to come give us the numbers, and that's tab 21, the Sheriff's Office.
Brought my ruler on just in case. Is jail or sheriff first in your tabs?
It's sheriff is first.
Okay. I won't go into any discussion on what the sheriff does because I think we all pretty much understand we take care of everything from parking complaints to homicides. So, and then we take care of the ones that commit the crime. So that's a simple job description. Okay. On the sheriff's budget, as we look at that, I think that'll be fairly easy to go through. The primary expenses are going to be in the wage increase, and that's because we were approved to add the third court security position in August. So that position will increase our wages for next year, and then also the budget for the negotiations and the 2% and 1% increase in wages for the Sheriff's Department. Is primarily we have kept our operating expenses for 2010 at zero for most things except the telephone. We did reduce that by, I think it's $1,800. We did get a better deal on that. On our repairs and maintenance, we did increase that by just a little bit, and that's because just simply expenses have gotten more repairs, more expenses for office stuff. We have copy expense. I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong one. I was looking at the, kept the same. Everything else all the way down is at a zero increase until you get down to line item 3510, which is the gas. And because of the lower gas prices, we did reduce that by just over $70,000. We priced it at $2.90 for next year, dropped it about $1 per gallon. We are hopefully confident that it'll stay there. Vehicle maintenance, we kept the same. The snowmobile patrol, we did increase that by some, and that's because with the boat we have right now, we just did a major repair on the motor, so that's ready to go, but we do need to do some repair on the fiberglass hull, and we can do that for somewhere around $4,000 or just a little under $4,000, and that should enable us to keep going for 2 or 3, 4 years yet without having to spend another $35,000 or $40,000 for a patrol boat. So that'll carry us hopefully to when things get better and we are able to take care of that. Liability insurance did drop for us this year. I think about $59,000 if I remember right for the sheriff's part, so that helps us. New vehicles, I did drop $7,000 from that, and that's because we did have one of our squads this year, one of our older squads crashed, and we ended up replacing that with a new one, so I don't have to replace as many, so I dropped that to 7 new ones. But where you'll see the biggest increase is in capital outlay, and of course that is one of our major expenses. We have postponed a number of purchases over the past several years. We've actually cut all capital outlay out over the past 2 years, so we are looking at an increase of, all right, what I do with it. Of about $130,000 in our capital outlay, and that includes a number of things that begin to wear out for us. The thermal vision is wearing out. We need to replace mobile radios. We're looking at adding movable storage into our evidence room right now. If you recall, we do rent 2 bays up in North Hudson, storage bays in North Hudson. We also have a container that's in the evidence impoundment lot right now where we store evidence.
We believe that if we went to the movable storage, the stacking storage within the evidence room, that would save us about 40 to 50% of the room that we have in there, so we'd be able to eliminate the 2 rentals up in North Hudson. We're looking at obviously replacing some of the radars. Our squad computers are beginning. There's about a 5 to 7 year lifespan on them. We have put computers in all the squads now, all through grant money, but we will need to, as on a continuous basis, replace a certain number of them. So basically it's operating costs for our capital outlays, things that we need that just have not been replaced over the last couple of years. So on the sheriff's, I know that's fairly quickly, but in reality there's just not a whole lot of change except for capital outlay on the sheriff's side. Is there any, Charlie?
Yes, do you still get paid from the state on snowmobile and boat patrol?
We get reimbursed 70% on one and 100% on the other. So I think it's 70% on the boats. So we will, like I said, whatever it costs us, we'll get back 70% of our costs. So. Within the jail, there are several things that probably will raise some questions. One is on the revenue side, we did drop our revenue by $28,980, and that's simply because of our Huber population. One, the number of people that are being sentenced to Huber has dropped somewhat, but also we just simply, with the economy, those that have been sentenced to Huber, we're unable to find jobs for them. So right now I think we have somewhere between 12 and 15 people that are serving, they're back in general population that should be out in Huber working, but we can't find jobs for them. They're unable to find jobs, so they remain in general population, so that reduces the number. Otherwise, we would be somewhere around 40 Huber inmates right now, but right now we've been averaging about between 20 and 25, which is considerably less than what we had anticipated 4 or 5 years ago, and what the judges had indicated we could expect in the Huber facility. But it's down. I don't have the answer for it as to why it's down. That's something that comes from the district attorney's office and from the judges. So we look at that reduction in revenue. We look again at the budget. Wages, of course, is again, there's a significant increase there, but part of that is because last year we had one of our jail staff was called up, has been in Afghanistan for the year, will be returning to work around the 1st of January. So we cut his wages out of removed his wages from last year's budget, so this year it goes back in, so that increases it by that much, plus then just the wage increases. That's the reason for the increase, primarily in that. I did reduce the overtime somewhat by about $6,600, and that's because with that officer being gone and not filling his position, I did raise the overtime budget up by a certain amount, and this year I'm bringing it back down, but again, I need to compensate for the increased wages, so it doesn't come down the same amount that it went up. We go down to the operational cost. Medical, dental, what I did was I reduced our meals because our jail population has dropped. I reduced it to an average of 100 inmates per day. When I do that, of course, the cost per meal goes up, so it's at $263, I believe, per meal right now. But on the average, I think we'll be okay with 100. I am right now talking with one of the other counties that may want to rent some space for us. But if that occurs, then I'll have to come back to finance just to inform them of that, but that will be an offsetting cost for revenue. So that I think will be beneficial to us if that works out. So we saw a reduction of about 23,000, I think, in meals. Laundry went up a little bit, and that's just because I think the The minimum wage went up, and we do contract with St. Croix Industries, so with the increase in minimum wage and some other costs, our costs went up a little bit, and that not a great deal. Electronic, if you go down to item 3236, which is electronic monitoring, I've increased that, and that's simply because of the number of medical people with medical conditions that are coming in the jail that are not suited to be in the jail. We just can't meet their medical needs within the jail, and a lot of them are staying home. They're having in-service health care come into their homes and take care of them while they're in the home. So that's why electronic monitor. I don't usually put people out on electronic monitor unless it's a health issue or an extreme family issue. But and that's simply because we got room in Huber, and there's no sense leaving that empty if we don't have to. The medical, I go back up to medical dental, which is the probably the biggest, one of the biggest expenses jumps that you'll see. One of the things our nurse came to us, told us right now she's at 35 hours a week. She indicated that with the extra workload, because of the type of inmates that are coming in and the number of people that are on medications, have medical problems, she needs to go to 40 hours a week. So we added that into it. We also added in increasing the nurse from 35 to 40 hours would be about is $10,600 increase. We want, right now we have a doctor come in every other week for a 3-hour period. What we want to do is change that and have the doctor come in every week for 2 hours. It's not a big increase, but it's an extra hour over that 3-week period. They're just simply unable to do a good examination and meet the needs of the inmates in that short a period of time. So we're looking at that. The other thing we're looking at is potentially adding 20 hours of part-time nursing. That is so we have somebody on primarily over the weekends and perhaps at evenings. So what we would like to do is change over. Right now our jail staff administers medications. We would like to have either an LPN or an RN to be able to administer the medications. Part of that is because of a lawsuit that the state has just been involved in, and we think that it'll probably filter down to the counties, and we'll be forced to have medical staff eventually to give medications. So on the capital outlay would be the only other thing where we see a significant increase, and that one that shows a fairly large, obviously, increase. And I'll go look at it just so all right, why ain't I finding it? Huh. I'm missing a page. All right, well, I'll just go from what I have as memory then. And that is never good to do that, I understand that. But primarily, one of the things, and I don't know if finance has decided to do that yet or not, but I know that there was 70-some thousand that was in the jail capital outlay for cameras and upgrade of some of the security system in there. I know that Art had that also in his budget, so that is, if it's in his budget, then that 70,000 can be removed from the jail's budget. We're looking also at increasing the storage facilities within the jail itself. Again, adding some of the movable or stackable shelving in there. We need to keep, state requires, we keep medical records separate from the general inmate records, so there needs to be a separation there between the two. and we're just getting overloaded in our back storage area with files. Jail files, certain of them have to be kept for a lifetime. So it's not a matter of we can just throw them away after 7 years like a lot of records. So, so that would be the primary expenses in capital outlay. And I don't know why I can't find that, but that's. There it is. So basically and then new computer equipment. So we ended up with about $132,860 request in capital outlay. But if we're able to remove that $70,000 that will go into arts budget, if that happens, then of course we cut that back down to 60-some thousand. So I guess and I've tried to do that as quickly as I can without questions.
Dave, what is your cashless program? It says cashless program monthly fee. What is that?
That is the program that is within the jail. We keep track of the inmate money that comes in, whether somebody comes in and wants to deposit money, or the inmate bring money in. So we have to maintain and keep track of their money, what's paid out, what they have, what they buy for canteen, what they might owe us if they go under or over. So.
Any other questions? If not, thanks, Dennis. We will then move to the Register of Deeds, and that is tab 22.
Hi, I'm Beth Papps, Register of Deeds for St. Croix County, and you guys have a tremendous task ahead of you balancing the budget this year, as in past years. The basic things for our budget to take note of is the 2008 to 2009 budget was decreased by about 21%, which left me not very much to work with as far as my numbers that I can maneuver. The things to keep in mind for my budget, I do have a little bit of a decrease in the transfer fee revenue. I don't think that the 2009 number, we're going to meet that budget revenue. Doesn't concern me, however, because like the numbers for documents recorded, through the end of September in 2008, there was about 15,700 documents recorded. As of yesterday, we've already recorded about 18,100 documents. So our document income that we're experiencing this year, just from the increase in deeds, mortgages, a lot of refinances, sheriff's sales, things like that, that's going to kind of compensate for that lack of 2009 transfer fee revenue, so I'm not real concerned about it yet. But I did predict that there's not going to be as many refinances and stuff for 2008 or for 2010 to kind of compensate for that lack of transfer fee revenue, so I'm going to take that down about 25,000, and I feel will be pretty accurate. For predicted revenues, about 610,000 minus my predicted expenditures. We're going to be contributing about 270,000 to the general fund. As far as my expenditures, I did what I could, reducing overtime and supplies by about $2,000. The liability insurance, like most departments, went down about $1,000. I do have some small equipment expenditures, some telephones for people that are, answering their old phones like this. We're kind of getting a few little neck issues and a couple of task chairs to take care of those back issues. I think $1,000 there will cut down on Kristen's risk management expenses in a few years. We'll take care of those on the forefront. Other than that, the only big expenditure things to note in my department are staff development is up significantly. We've got a couple of issues on the horizon. Main thing being that the State Department of Vital Statistics is implementing a new software system. So rolling out in 2010, the first phase will be birth certificates. So all birth certificates that we print will no longer be printed from our in-house copies. They are mandated to be printed from the state software. The requirement for that system is going to be that the copies have the ability to duplex. They need to be able to print on both sides. and the state is mandating training for 1 to 2 employees at an undisclosed location as of this time, which could be Madison. So there's significant expenditures for hotel and travel that are in there. Some other things on the horizon are there might be some Social Security number redaction. The software that we have does cover that, so we don't have any software expenditures for that, but there will be training and staff time in figuring out how to go back to the 1930s and remove Social Security numbers that are on our records, going back significantly in time. So that's some staff development stuff, along with moving some expenses that used to be considered employee travel and meals expense. When I talked to Michelle, she felt they were better classes staff development because they're district meetings, and so that's where you go to get your training on about 3 times a year. So the other expenditure, the biggie out there is $9,000 for a computer duplexing printer or duplexing printer copy machine. If we don't have that copy machine with the duplexing capabilities, we will not be able to issue any birth certificates at St. Croix County, which is about 50% of our vital statistics revenue. So if we can't get a copy machine to stay on task or a printer to print those birth certificates, we're going to lose about $13,000, $14,000 in vital statistics revenue. And I don't think we want to go there. The printer, the copy machine that we do have right now does have the capability to duplex. I've had 6-7 service calls on it in the last couple of months. One of the service calls, the technician ended up taping open the lamp to get it to continue limping through for a few weeks until they could get a part. If that goes down, then we're not able to provide the service to the public. So that's going to be a biggie for us. Other than that, I don't have too much out there. Any questions at all? Yes, Buzz.
Thank you. Given what you've said about repairs and maintenance on equipment and the amount of software and so on that you use, I'm just wondering why nothing has been budgeted for computer equipment repair.
For computer equipment repair, the computers that we have are going to be replaced through the land records budget, one of Dave Fedrosi's budgets. That'll bring us up to date with current software, current hardware, things like that, that are going to keep, basically fund our office for those. And that comes out of every document that's recorded. $4 goes into the Land Information Fund, and it needs to be used for making records internet accessible, making indexes more easily accessible to the public, that type of stuff. So the money's out there, and we're just taking it out of that budget instead.
For repairs or purchases? We
don't have, our computer equipment doesn't usually need any repairs.
Thank you, Beth. We'll move on to planning and zoning then. Dave, and that's tab 23.
Good afternoon.
It is, too.
It is afternoon. It's been afternoon for a while. I'm Dave Fedrosi, Planning and Zoning Director. We have 7 budgets in our department: zoning, septic inspections, planning, real property, land records, recycling, and hazardous waste. Our proposed 2010 budget is totals for all those budgets at about $1.6 million. About a little over half of our budgets are supported by fees and grants. In terms of changes for from 2009 to our proposed 2010 budget, probably the most notable thing relative to those fees is given the state of the economy and related permitting, our projected fees are down by about 19% in that area. In response to that and a number of other things, we have proposed an overall expenditure reduction of about 25%. For 2010 over 2009. Our levy-supported budgets, 5 of those 7 budgets have levy support of some degree, and those budgets are proposed to be reduced by about 14%, We'll accomplish that by the elimination of 2 positions, an equivalent of 1.67 FTEs. 2/3 of a position is currently vacant that we've held open after a vacancy at the beginning of the year in real property, and we will not fill that and will not budget for it. We'll also eliminate another position that will come from existing staff, so likely involve a layoff at the beginning of the year. We've also reduced operating expenses. I don't have a specific number, but it's a double-digit percentage reduction in our operating expenses. I'm probably one of those department heads that would like to thank Kristen and the risk management people for reducing our liability insurance costs. They were significant for a number of our budgets. We also have no capital outlay included. We are delaying a vehicle and delaying the replacement of our main department copier, which would be now 5 years old. And we've also removed any computer replacements for next year. So we had some IT equipment we considered, but we have taken that out. I would, if I was to tell you how we would get to a 5% and 10% reduction, I'd have to tell you we'd have to add some things. So I don't have anything in that category. So I guess with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
We'll move then to county parks and trails, and you may as well stay here for land and water conservation too.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Heisey. I'm the director for the Land and Water Conservation and Parks Department. I think we're going to be on tab 24. We'll talk about parks first. If you just, I think in your packet you actually have the spreadsheet that was developed for the Parks Department, and a good portion of the top just helps explain a little bit about how we came to our net levy on each one of the accounts. So that's where we start from. If you recall from last year, or maybe you don't recall from last year, is how the Parks Department did assist in budgeting 09 by pretty much eliminating our capital outlay. So this year we started with putting essentially all those items back in again. And to make a long story short, in order to get to our 0%, 5% or 10%, we're back at looking at our capital outlay expenses. And you can see that on the bottom of the spreadsheet there. Those are the items that we would be looking at again to meet your targeted goals of the 0, 5, and 10. So in a nutshell, in order to do that, we're just back at the capital outlay again for Parks Department. Yes?
A little question on here. I saw in the Register of Deeds they had $2,400 for internet access, plus you have Register of Deeds another $840.
Register of Deeds.
Yeah, on your page number 1, about halfway down, 2270 on the line. Or did I turn to a wrong page here?
It says parks.
Can I see it, because I don't know.
Where'd you see that? Where's that page? 22. Oh. Yeah, 2270.
Oh, okay. Internet access. Okay, that's for internet access is that cost is out at our Glen Hills Park, because we have to use that satellite out there because we don't have any cable or any type of internet access where we do it. So we have to actually get it from satellite there to get it.
I was just wondering why it said Register of Deeds satellite. So I was just, or Register of Deeds internet access. So I was just wondering why it was listed under Register of Deeds.
I don't know.
Why don't we go on to land and water?
All right. Land and water, again, if you would, that's tab number 25. If you would, again, the spreadsheet's going to look very similar to the Parks Department there. However, I have to share with you that the spreadsheet that's in your packet actually has been amended. It was shared with our committee September 1 and also with the county board on September 3rd or 4th when we met with them. But essentially what happened in there is I double applied a revenue source in the spreadsheet. So, but I can walk you through that as we go. For land and water to meet our objectives of 0, 5, and 10, if you would look down below where we looked at some of our reductions there, and you would see pretty close down to the bottom, you draw a line between reduced Glen Hills account for engineering services and reduced forestry account. If you drew a line right through there, that would hit the 0%. That's where we got to be to just hit the 0% for 010. The items below that would be tackling into working down towards the 5%. And then at that point, we're really just looking at staff, staff hours or staff itself at that point. And that's really what that other spreadsheet would have shared with you.
Any other questions? Any questions from Bob now? If not, thanks, Bob. I would suggest, though, that if you dig into that and get a note back to Ken.
Yeah, I'm going to go down. I'll look at that, what he's after there.
Yeah. On your land and water conservation,
Yep.
it has under other professional services.
Yep.
Is that a typo? 280,000? 2190, page 1
See,
of
I
land
don't
and
have
water
any of this stuff.
conservation page.
I don't have any of this. Oh.
Yeah, but it's gone from 57,000 to 281,000. Okay. I mean,
That's got to probably be an error in there, I would think, because I don't know if we would have $281,000 of other professional services. We have some other revenues, but it wouldn't be considered as professional services. So,
your numbers have been consistently in the $50,000 area, and now all of a sudden it's running at 280. So.
yeah. It would certainly affect that number. Yeah. And I don't know if they included, Ken, if they included some revenues in that. I don't know that. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if they included some of the revenue sources in that or not. Maybe Michelle could be able to answer that one.
I'm going to repeat that I would like you to send them a note with the answers to these when you dig into them, will you?
Yeah, I'll work with Michelle on that and
Thank
try
you
to
much.
square this out.
We're going to move on to highway then.
Highway is tab 27.
Tab 27. I'm Tim Ramberg, the Highway Department. Welcome. I'm going to zip right through the white pages, A, B, and C. A is the white pages, B is blue, and C is yellow. And I don't know if you guys have colored copies there. Oh, sorry, I have the colored copies. It's A, B, and C on your tabs then on page section 27. A, up in the top right-hand corner. What we started out with was the increase in union wages that are already contracted out, plus insurance increases. That's what we started out with. And A then has, in addition to that, maintenance goal miles from our program that we spoke of last month, with our 56 miles of chip seals and our 14 miles of paving. A has all those in it. That's why the number's so large. And if we can focus on each of those, the surveyor is page 1, administration page 2, road construction page 4. Those are the same in all 3 scenarios. So, and the bottom, county aid bridges, that is what it is. We had a minor $1,050 change. The town of Forest had their meeting and made a change. They traded one project for another. That'll change the bottom line on your next section as we move forward. But that's a minimal change. But if I may focus your eyes on page 3, maintenance and snow removal. That's where the guts of the issues are in our budget. Page 3, in the middle portion of page 3 is winter maintenance, overlays, and chip seals. Winter maintenance is the same in all 3. It's just union wages increased. But in the overlays, you'll notice it's 14 miles. That's our program. Chip seals is 56 miles. That's our program. Those 14 miles of overlays is at 24 feet wide, and that's the average cost we anticipate. Everything else is the same. So that's what we're moving forward with, hopefully, with that increase, and that's what it amounts to. Then on B, which is only 2 pages long, all that Plan B is, mine is blue on B. On B on top is page 3 there would be overlays of the same as last year. And chip seals the same as we budgeted last year, even though we actually couldn't get to that many miles. That's if we kept the same number of miles. We had 11.14 miles of overlays and 33 miles of chip seals. We still had a substantial increase, just keeping the miles the same. And going to the zero-based budget, which is C, page C, which is 2 pages long, and that's only the $53,000 increase, and that's labor increases only. Union labor increases only, and insurance increases. Then we must do overlays of 9.35 miles, otherwise we lose federal funding. So we lose our leverage of the 20% to the 80% if we go any further. So we must go with 9, or we're committed to 9, and if we go any lower, then we lose those federal funds. And chip seals then, 3.5 miles of chip seal rather than 56 miles. That's the difference. And that's a huge difference. And that's at the zero. And then the rest, I think, would be math, and we'd have to look at the system in spring to determine what we'd be doing. So that's a synopsis of how the pages all fall together. And then we did speak at the committee level, and we visited a little bit at finance, and that was the bonding issue you heard about earlier. And we did look at, over the last 3 years, we said, what is the exit strategy? What is the entrance strategy? What is the exit strategy? And knowing what's new coming in with some of these opportunities of lowering the interest rates, the question is coming up, do we want to entertain that? And if so, what's the exit strategy? We're looking at a 20-year exit strategy if we're going to look at one in my perspective, because we're used to looking in long term. We got 25-year life pavement, 50-year life roads, 70-year bridges. We're used to that. So if we're to bond, and we need to bond every year, but then what we need to not lose track of is we'd have to increase our base levy to compensate for the difference over 20 years. So to me, that's what we would be looking at in that sense. And using Robert Moore's speak earlier, he said, the animal spirit, we must be careful that we don't jump into the animal spirit and eat our seed corn as we do this, because the levy is our base, it is our seed corn, and if we don't lose sight of that as we move into these types of bonding, we don't want to our children to inherit those issues. If we have a long-term plan, even though we may not be around here for 20 years, we have one in place for the future generations and the future boards to consider. So if we could leave with that point, I believe that came up at both committees for your consideration. So with that, I'm going to end my part of the county board highway levy. Any questions of me?
Buzz?
Thank you. Tim, on the four-year expenditure and revenue summary page, under expenses, the third item down, it just, something caught my attention. It says field small tools, and I expected a fairly small budgeted amount, but it's a big amount.
Correct.
What are those tools that cost so much money?
That is a formula, again, that the State Maintenance Manual, Chapter 5, that we're an arm of the state with STOT. That is a cost pool that's in itself. Right now it's 1% of all our labor that goes into a pool. And what comes out of it is the cost for chainsaws and all the items under $5,000. We break a chainsaw, any small item. You want to talk shovels and all those types of things. So there's a lot of those signs, the new signing materials that's coming out, our vests, the new vests that we must wear out on I-94 with pants, all those costs come out of that cost pool. And then the revenues that go into that cost pool are the 1% that we are to charge projects, especially state. So that cost pool is an independent cost pool, similar to our liability fund that we're developing. The Highway Department uses that type of thought process and paradigm thinking a lot in each one of these areas.
Any other questions of Tim? Thanks, Tim. Ron, we'll move into your area of the ADRC and nursing home and health and human services. Again, Ron is filling in for Fred Johnson.
My name is Ron Kiesler, the Behavioral Health Coordinator and today Acting Director. Fred had 6 pages of items. The staff had 14. That makes 20. I pared it down to 1.5. That's a 1,300% reduction. Gotta like that. So, in that page and a half, what I'd like to tell you is the overall Health and Human Service Department levy in 2009 was $6,840,135. The levy in 2010 for Health and Human Services is $6,514,084. That's a reduction of $326,051, or about 4.8%, right around 5%. So that's the budget that we're bringing to you right out of the chute, is about a 5% reduction. In terms of the farm, the only thing I want to say there is a contract has been developed to work that through land and water management. And Michelle has put a little money in to cover the contract expense. In terms of aging, through the consolidation of the programs, there's been no increase in levy and no decrease in services. In fact, transportation, senior activities, volunteer opportunities, and adult day respite services have all been expanded or enhanced in the process of that consolidation. In terms of the Aging and Disability Resource Center, ADRC, that department opened up in August of 2008. No levy increases from the core ADRC services. The only levy that's in that department is associated with the former long-term care, long-term support department, like adult protective services. That's now housed in the ADRC. So we would have had those levy costs as part of long-term care or long-term support anyway if we didn't go through the long-term care reform. So the bottom line is no levy in aging, no levy increase, and no levy in the ADRC. In terms of administration, salaries are up a little bit there, primarily due to medical records, a position request combining nursing home and health and human services records and responsibilities, and consolidates a temporary position to a couple of temporaries to one permanent. And that results in a little bit of a salary and fringe increase in the administrative department. In behavioral health, the one that I supervise, we had an overall decrease in levy of $161,864. That's primarily due to a couple things. One is an increase in the AODA block grant, and the fact that we no longer pay for voluntary detox. We found that with voluntary detox, very, very few of those folks came back to us for services. So us, along with neighboring counties, decided to no longer fund that. Again, if it's voluntary. That created a decrease in AODA alone of $84,468. The balance of that 161 then was in mental health, where we decreased the levy $77,396. That was done primarily because of the state aid reallocation. Mental health and AODA wound up with more of that as we closed out long-term support. So again, with those, we still were able to and needed to, unfortunately, increase the state institution budget by $180,000 due to the shortage in psychiatric inpatient beds, and also the fact that the state graciously is passing on 40% that they used to pay for institutional MA to the counties for children under 21. So we're absorbing all of that along with decreasing the levy. In terms of YCSS, Kathy Dunlap, I co-manage that with her, and she's here today to field questions with me. With that budget, we did have an increase of $129,480. $118,833 of that was salary and fringe from positions like access to treatment, intake, and clerical. It's a blossoming program. I think people know it more by the term wraparound for kids. That's the program that has over the last 4 or 5 years went from 1 staff to about 6 or 7, and we just needed to put support staff in there to support the level of staffing that we now have. In terms of that, though, none of those positions were new positions for the county. They were all reallocated from other departments, either in family and children's, behavioral health, or in the front office administration. So no new positions, just the cost shifting to that program. On to page 2, we're almost done. Family and children's, again, Kathy Dunlap's here to speak more to this if you'd like. There was a $17,896 increase in that total program, despite losing $133,919 in 4E dollars and in state aids. The other kind of noted point there is that Family and Children's only has 22 kids in placement. If you compare that to similar counties like Eau Claire, who has 155 kids in placement, or La Crosse that has 128 kids in placement, we are doing extremely well considering you compare that to counties our size, and the fact that you have a La Crosse that has 22 workers, Children Protective Service workers, when St. Croix County only has 9. So we have less than half their staff, and I don't know what the numbers work out, 7 or 8 times less the placements, six times the placements of La Crosse. Economic support, Mary Squire is in the back if you'd like to ask further questions there. Bottom line is volume's up. In terms of the number of cases that they have, they had an additional 869 cases just from January through June of this year. So one of the things that Fred, Kathy, and Mary have been working on is to consolidate the foster care certification and licensing under one department, namely Family and Children's. They will move the $44,000 that was in economic support to Family and Children's to pay for those costs. And in so doing, they will be able to free up enough time within the economic support unit to serve an additional 200 Medicaid and food share cases. So that will help contain a bit of the increase. It certainly doesn't resolve the issue, and Mary's always behind the 8 ball in these kind of tough times to serve all the cases that come in. Public Health, and Wendy Kramer's in the back if you would like to ask her more questions. The couple highlights there is that birth to 3 moved into Public Health as of March of 2009. The other thing is that the decision was made not to compete for the tobacco grant. The state is looking to regionalize that, and as they do, it was decided that we would prefer not, we will support the regional efforts, but we didn't want that to be run through St. Croix County. Instead, we would like to use the, I gotta get this term right, Public Health Emergency Response Funding, which is July 9th, July of 09 to July 10, where we get about $46,000-ish, and we're going to look to increase our efforts in preparedness. And then utilize staff that we already have from tobacco and shift that individual over to the preparedness efforts. Preparedness, we did a Operation Snowball earlier this year and found that we are severely understaffed if we were to have a need for a mass clinic after an anthrax type of situation. And we will be up against the wall a bit if and when H1N1 takes full flight. We apparently will be getting about 70% of the dosages of vaccine. The privates, from what I was thinking, about 30. And so ramping up to try and figure out how to disperse all of that is going to be something we're going to be focused on through the rest of this year. So that's kind of the Health and Human Services portion of it. The other quick piece is on nursing home. You know most of what I've already said in regards to the referendum that we had. Bottom line there is the department as a whole is reducing its levy by 30% in the nursing home. They're looking to have an average census go from 64 to 68 residents. The Medicare census, we're hoping to, if we can get the renovations done, get the average census from 6 to 12 by the first of the year, in the first 6 months of the year, and then from 12 to 15 in the second 6 months of the year. Again, looking to reduce the number of days in terms of approving admissions from 2 days down to 30 minutes on average, creating that short-term medical rehab unit on the first floor for the Medicare clients, and then renovating those 6 rooms on the east wing of the second floor, which will provide the space on the first floor to do that. And we kind of talked about all those things earlier today. So Frank's not here, unfortunately. He's also suffering from flu-like symptoms. So if there are questions on any or all of that, the staff at the back that have been patient enough and sit there all day, or myself, will try and help you.
Any questions from anyone? If not, we're going to move to St. Croix Industries. Clark, you want to take that portion?
We moved from good morning to good afternoon, I guess. So I'm Clark Schroeder, St. Croix Industries, a community rehab program up in Richmond. And we deal with the developmentally disabled population for St. Croix County. Our total budget for this year is going to be about $137,000 less in 2010 versus 2009. The number one thing to remain in this is that we have no county levy this year, as we have in 2009. So our money is going to be coming from community health partners or private pay or IRIS self-directed funds or other counties. So there's no county dollars going into it. As this will be as of June, middle of June, we turned into an enterprise fund. So we are no longer part of Health and Human Services. So we're more like highway, I guess you'd probably say. If we get any excess revenue, which anticipating excess revenue during the year 2010, we basically would keep that money to fund our own capital improvements, mainly to fund our own vans, which are, they cost, as you saw, the nursing home vans, they cost $52,000 a piece. So that's what we're going to be doing with that. Our main programs, we're on tab number 30. The first program is program 501, that's our work services department. That program went up $40,000 over last year, mostly due to a rather large workers' comp increase. We had an $89,000 workers' comp claim, and we're splitting that up. Plus, Fred wanted me to put in some money for a strategic planner, the same gentleman who helped with the nursing home plan and with the county board planning. The next budget is the 503 budget. That's the production. That's the work services portion of it. That's down $116,000 due to the local economy and the downturn in the recession. We've lost about over 30% of our contracts. A lot of the companies have taken the work back into their facilities in order to keep their employees busy. When they get busy again, we're hoping that the work will come back to the workshop, but for now it's gone, so I have decreased that budget by $116,000 for 2010. Next budget is Helping Hands. That's a more or less a enclave type job. We do work like here at the jail. We do the laundry. We work at farm and home and stuff. That budget is actually going to be up $30,000 because companies are hiring us to bring our workers in to help with some of the work. It's more economical to do that versus hiring somebody they may be stuck with later on. The next budget is the 510 budget. That's the RAM budget. That's down $72,000. We lost the Tourist Information Center here in Hudson. The state of Wisconsin decided they didn't want to have a Tourist Information Center here, and so the only thing left in that budget is we cleaned the highway scale out on mile marker 7 on Highway 94. So, and that most likely will not be coming back. My understanding, they're going to sell that building and it will be gone. So that program will probably just be small forever now. The 515 budget is down $9,000. Just has to do with the amount of clients that are in community placement and job coaching. The 534 budget is our day services program. That's for people who work has become less meaningful as their disabilities or age deem it likely so. They're down $10,000, and that's just due to aging population, and we're not able to replace them. Any questions?
Thank you. There's one
Couple
question,
questions.
Dan.
John had a question. Clark, you say that you're an enterprise and separate from the department now. The employees there are still county employees?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Dan?
You mentioned vans, and it just brought up an interest. What do those vans do in the morning? They pick up the...
We pick up the people either at the residential facilities, home, parents, and so they're busy from usually 6 to usually 9:30 or so.
Okay.
And then at 2:30 again, then we take and bring them home.
So there's a blank spot in the middle that those vans could be contracted out possibly to the nursing home?
Well, we have talked about working with the ADRC because ADRC would use the vans, and we're actually going together with them. I believe that did get approved. We're buying a van together with them so that we can use it during the mornings, and then they would use it for the senior centers during the days. I have offered to have the vans be available for the nursing home, but the vans have to be back by a certain time to get our clients back. Their van really is poor shape. I mean, they need a new van. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much, Clark. Any questions for Darrell or Chuck about where we're at now in the budget? Okay, and we'll turn the rest of it over to Cindy here. I think you got a couple of things that you need to do, huh? Did you have correspondence?
I have no rezonings and no correspondence to report on.
Okay.
Is that finance will meet after this meeting, I guess?
Yeah, and then there's a finance meeting this afternoon, so at this point we are adjourned.